Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered, which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Hello, friends, neighbors, creatures of the universe, agents of peace. We welcome you to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for September 25th, 2022. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick and many other knowledge seekers from around the world and perhaps from around the universe. This is a roundtable meeting. Everyone has a microphone and you're all encouraged to interact whenever and however you'd like. Keeping everything, of course, within the structure of the Keshe Foundation topic, so to speak, more or less. And again, we've heard another profound workshop. I mean, so profound in the 451 that unless your soul brought you here, you'd probably be walking away by now. Unless you're just one of those inquisitive types, because every minute it seemed he was introducing a new point, a new aspect, a new understanding for all of us to partake in. So we're going to share part of that today, but as we usually do, we start out with the World Peace Treaty, because that is the foremost way to have this knowledge. And what the satellite system is doing is basically getting the world leaders, the religious leaders, and the rest of us to walk away from war and killing, but especially on the world leaders. So you've seen a beautiful universal unit. Now, we've always heard you are the unit. Now we're going to see that reality in this satellite system. But anyway, let's leave that for a moment. And if we can, we will go to the World Peace Treaty. And again, a very simple document that we're going to see world leaders sign, as well as religious leaders and many others around this planet. Hopefully everyone sooner or later will participate in the World Peace Treaty. And if anyone would like to read it, please feel free to help me. Otherwise, it's a very small, simple, but yet profound document. And this is what Mr. Keshe had offered the world governments when he was traveling around in the early 2000s, meeting with different, perhaps ambassadors, world leaders. Advanced space technology in exchange for peace. I know he was rebuffed at the time. The governments didn't seem to want the population to be able to feed themselves or to generate their own power. But now you see it's come full circle. And the systems are on the table, at least in the energy aspect of it, and also the transmutation and transportation of the soul, which is going to have and is having such a profound effect. As I said, there were so many sweet spots in this workshop. And again, it's all bringing the man, humanity, the creatures that are here, the creatures from the universe, into this peaceful condition. And again, I don't think the universe was always peaceful. I think it had to sort of be worked on, at least for a while. And I know there's many other civilizations out there right now, similar to our own, who are just learning to hunt, discovering fire. So we'll have a lot of work to do in conjunction with the universal community to bring peace across this universe in the shape and form as the creator would desire it to be, almost unifying the Unicoast in so many ways. So this is the World Peace Treaty. Everyone's encouraged to print this out from the Foundation's website, sign it, have it witnessed, and display it. I, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. I, shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, I all agree and swear with R, and you can delete as appropriate, depending if it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your hall, a body, a soul. You simply put your name there, signature, date, your position, on behalf of. And again, is it on behalf of your religion? Is it on behalf of your city, your town, or you as an individual? And then have it witnessed. A simple name, signature, date, and position held. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And we've heard Mr. Keshe say we're trying to get man to be kind to himself, and in being kind to himself, he can be kind to others and other created things in the universe. So yes, it's about peace, and it's about peace in exchange for advanced technology. And of course, the mayhem that's going on this planet right now is going to be used to actually push for the technology to be released. This is my understanding of it. And again, if it wasn't for your soul leading you here, what we've heard in the last workshop and many other previous workshops, I think many people who are led by the soul of physicality would just walk away. But your souls have brought you here because this is so immense. Even the knowledge seekers are bewildered in certain circumstances about what he's talking about. He's talking about landing a soul inside another soul. And that's part of the testing that we've seen going on at Linz. He's talking about allowing us to witness exactly what you're going through in some of these flights that you're taking, or elevation of other souls. They're going to be allowed, I guess, when he says us, I would imagine it's the universal community, to feel it and witness it. And this is going to be a huge change on the world order. So again, it's just an amazing teaching, and hopefully you can get your soul around it in a way. But the things that are being spoken about is just beyond the imagination, allowing you to perhaps change your looks, to change your appearance. As he said, you were born with blonde hair and blue eyes. Maybe you wanted black hair and black eyes. Now you'll be able to do some of these things that were only seen in the movies or written in science fiction books. And again, it's all about elevating humanity, sharing your soul in a way with humanity. And we're just learning how to do this through these systems until we get to be able to do it on our own, as I understand it. We're going to cover the workshop shortly, but before we go there, again, you can direct anyone to find this peace treaty on the Keshe Foundation website, print it out as a PDF, hand it out to people. Again, it's between you and your soul and no one else. But be proud to display it, as it says, so that others can see your ethos, which is the way we collectively behave, I guess, or sort of a thought process that we all have, in a way, a very similar thought process about bringing peace and freedom to the soul of the man. Before we go into the workshop, I thought I would share one of my tests that I've been working on. And this is a simple mag grab. Well, there's actually two mag grabs here. I started with one, and then this is back in, I would say, March period. And then I added a second mag grab. This is a kitchen counter here. I have a little star formation set up between the CuO in the back, the zinc, the CO2, and the CH3 on top, creating a little star formation. This is a capacitor, which Vernie had suggested, because it can sort of smooth out things when the energy goes high or low. And this is it plugged into the wall. The black plug you see here is the plug to the refrigerator. I have another plug on this side, which plugs into a power strip, which I can run other things off of. So this is the basic setup. We started out with one magrev. We went to two. Ideally, I think it's three. But as we heard Mr. Keshe say, everybody thought you needed a triple reactor to create a free plasma. But if you put enough energy into a single reactor, you will get a free plasma out of that reactor. So this is what the setup looks like. It's been there since March. And let's take another picture here. Now, this is the actual refrigerator plugged into the actual outlet in the wall. And this is what I did after about 2 months of using the system. I thought the nano coating was covering the wires pretty completely, but the next month the power bill went up a little bit. Again, these are small things, but it's showing a proof of principle, let's say. So what I did was I replugged the magrev back in here, took the refrigerator cord and plugged it back into this little junction box. There's 4 plugs on here, which you can run other things off of. And it increases, I think, the nano coating on these wires going back to the breaker box. So this is my little setup. I just added this little ping pong ball with some CH3 on the outside in the last couple of weeks. I don't know how functionally correct it is working, but for some reason, I had a thought to do that. I think this is the same picture. Yes. So you see the star formation, which is helping, I think, to feed the system in a way. But the main idea here is to nano coat the wires in the walls. By nano coating the wires, they're absorbing some energy and they're passing it on to the copper. So let's go to the actual bills, because I think this is what people are probably most interested in. We're going to wind this back. Okay. So here, what we've done, this was the actual billing from 3/17 to 4/17. It normally runs from the middle of one month to the middle of the next month. I probably put the magrev, a single coil, a single magrev in place about April 1st, April Fool's Day, somewhere around there. My memory says that we used it about 2 weeks on this system. So what we're getting here, and I'm using this as a baseline, that bill with one magrev running for 2 weeks out of the 4-week period gave me a baseline of about 261 kilowatt hours in a approximately 30-day period, or however they calculate it. Sometimes it's 29, 28, 31, depending on how many days in the month and so on and so forth. So as you can see, this was the bill from 3/17 to 4/17. We used 261 kilowatt hours. Now, if we go to the next bill, this is May. And I'm not sure if I actually added the second magrev coil in May or later, but I started to see a reduction. And again, this takes a little bit of time. There's a smart meter here. Mr. Keshe said it can take up to a year, because with the smart meters, sometimes if the bill goes down too much, it'll think there's something wrong with itself and not give you the full reduction. Maybe sort of save it on the side, even though it records it. This is just my understanding. So we went down from 261 to 251 kilowatt hours. And this was from April to May. And again, a kilowatt hour is, I believe, if you take 100-watt bulb, it's 1,000 watts, a kilowatt hour. So if you take 100-watt bulb and you burn it for 10 hours, that should be 1 kilowatt. That would give you 1,000 watts. So we reduced it by 10 in the first month. Then I added another MagRav coil. Here's the June bill. I said, oh, great, we're heading in the correct direction. I'm now down to 226 kilowatt hours from 251 the month before. So I said, great, we're heading in the correct direction. But let me just see here. I'm just going to bring that down for a moment. So what I did at that point is I said, the wires are fully, probably nano-coated, even though they're not. It takes quite a while to do that. I unplugged my MagRav and I plugged the refrigerator back into its socket, okay? So for 2 or 3 weeks there, I was not using the MagRav because I said the wires are probably coated pretty good. We're down to 226. That's almost a 10% reduction. So, but what happened in the next bill for July, it went up 5 kilowatt hours. So we went from 226 to 230. And I'm using basically, it's just myself, so I know what's more or less being used. Of course, some months you could use or wash more clothes or dry more clothes or do more vacuuming or run certain, maybe you did more baking that month. So it's hard to keep it truly consistent. But when I saw this kilowatt usage, and again, it's not a lot, we're talking just a few dollars here per month, I think, if you see the next one. So I plugged the MagRav back into the wall rather than running the refrigerator directly into the plug. I think you'll see that on one of these pictures. Right, here is the refrigerator plugged directly into the wall. That period, I had 5 more kilowatt hour usage, and I basically kept everything pretty much the same. So now with this picture, we have the refrigerator running off of the MagRav plugged into the socket. And it's a very simple thing. You're just taking the hot wire, hooking it up to the gravitational. Each MagRav has 2 wires coming out. One is gravitational, one is magnetical. So we take the hot wire, we bring it into the gravitational of the bottom one. We go out of the bottom one with the magnetical wire connecting to the gravitational of the next MagRav, and so on and so forth. So we're coming out of this second MagRav going into the hot wire here. And here's where you see the little capacitor, which just is sort of picking up some extra energy and adding some extra energy to the system. Now, so we were at 230 in July. That's when I had it unplugged, even though I really didn't use. Now, if we go to August, in August, I used a small amount of air conditioning, or let's say from July to August, because this bill runs from 7/18 to 8/15. So I used a small amount of air conditioning and more fans than air conditioning. So that month, I know I used more power, but yet I had a 228 kilowatt hour reading. So that means it dropped 2 points. And as you can see here, my energy bill is only in electricity $25 a month. But it's all these other deregulation charges, what they call storm, Isaiah, it's non-bypassable combined public benefits, distribution per kilo. So they take your rate and they have all these numbers. So the actual rate here, it says it's 10 cents per kilowatt hour. But when you total all the rest of this up, it's more like 20, 25 cents per kilowatt hour. And this is what's called deregulation. When I grew up, whatever energy you used, that was your bill because it was regulated by the state, at least here where I live. So we dropped 2 points from putting the MagRav back in. And like I said, this period, I used more energy. I don't know that for a fact, but I sense that I did. But it still dropped. So this is my last bill in September. And we're down now to 220 kilowatt hours. But again, I think I started at maybe $27 of energy, and now I'm down to $23. So over 6 months, we saved $4 in energy. But it's not so much the savings that's important, it's the proof of principle here that I wanted to show that it can actually do something. And of course, Mr. Keshe said, this is just the crumbs of the matter. We're missing the cake, but we definitely reduced it approximately 40 kilowatt hours, and that would be like taking 40 100-watt light bulbs and running them for 10 hours each. And there is your, because a kilowatt is 1,000 watts, so 41 would be 41,000 watts that are saved. Or as Rick said, did I save it or did I generate it? As we know with the MagRav, most of what we're generating is being fed back into the system. So this was the last bill. So we're showing some progress. We're going to go, till March or later on, and just to see how much we can actually nano coat these wires in the home. And of course, as energy goes up, the more savings there will be. But I just thought I'd show everyone this little project. And it's not that I really worked on it. I mean, I set it up and everything, but the plasma itself did all the work. And as Mr. Keshe says, it's easy to working with the plasma is much easier, and it doesn't take a lot of physical effort. And we're learning this through our souls as well. So this is the basic setup: star formation, 2 MagRav coils. Now, maybe I would have gotten more if I had 3 MagRav coils. And as of late, I've been trying to feed these MagRav coils with my own MagRav, which is inside all of us. You are basically a MagRav. I guess it's between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. You can create these fields. So I'm trying to do it that way as well, sort of thinking about these or adding energy in a way, practicing giving maybe energies or some emotions. Again, I'm just approximating sort of what I'm doing and trying to follow the soul in doing it. But I just thought I'd show everyone that the technology is, as we all know, does work, but many of us have not, including myself, have not really had this really huge success, although we're seeing much success in the flight system and what's going on in the flight room over in Linz and with this satellite program. Let's see here. Okay. Hopefully I did not close this. No. Okay. So Mr. Keshe is continuing to encourage everyone to continue to sign up for the flight system, or the what we're calling the satellite system, because you're going to allow your soul to be used to reach others, to feed others, to nourish others, to elevate others. And in doing so, I think your own soul becomes more elevated. as he said, we can reach the perfect soul. You can remove the lady from the unit that felt her husband's soul, the soul of physicality. He said if we had the physicality part of it turned on, the gentleman would have landed in her lap. So it's just an amazing teaching and amazing knowledge that's being brought forth. So Mr. Keshe encourages everyone to continue to sign up. I don't quite understand why the fee is involved, but he said we have a reason for it. I mean, he mentioned the military spending $1 billion a day or $2 billion here and there. And even if you had 1,000 or 2,000 people sign up for the flight system and they all paid 2,000 euro, it's only a couple $1 million. So, and what it's being accomplished in being restricted by the fee, I'm not understanding it. But as I said earlier, in another meeting today, that there is a reason for it. And I don't know what that reason is. I don't know if anyone else knows what that reason is, or would you like to surmise what that reason is? Why you would have to pay when we know that the money really doesn't have, it does have value here, and it'll continue to have value as long as man uses money. But as you go out into space and other places, it's worthless. So I don't know what the whole reason behind that. Anyone have any thoughts? Why not just sign up? Yes, it costs to run. I know.
That's the answer right there. It costs to run. So no matter how much it is, it will offset. That's what I think.
Okay. Anyone else?
It's Diane. I remember someone asked, and he said you can bypass the fee, but I don't know how you do that. And I'm going by my memory, so don't trust my memory. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Because as we've often heard from Mr. Keshe, the wealth is not in the pocket, it's in the knowledge of the universe. But that's what he's asking for at this point in time. So we encourage everyone to sign up for this all-purpose plasma flight satellite. And they'll be creating many, many satellites. And I would think there would be many more if the fee, but he said the knowledge seekers taught them well. There's no more freebies, so to speak. And whatever the reason. So I guess they were too easy in a time ago and people abused that. So now it's not getting abused the way it was in the past. So that is one of the requirements, but I would wish to everyone that wants to be a part of it, be a part of it. You don't have to sign up without paying because your order will be canceled, but still you can always wish through your soul to still be part of it. And I think you will be part of it in the coming period, even though I don't understand fully, because I've heard so many people say they want to be part of it, but they don't have the funds to that are available right now for them to be part of it. Any other comments? So let's go to this workshop. And again, we heard from the Brazilians that they're playing this July 27th, I think, a recording of the Keshe Plasma Reactor group. And they're saying that they're actually experiencing some sort of things that Mr. Keshe connected people to the system. They're feeling the emotions, they're absorbing knowledge. And he said, it's beautiful that we now know that through recordings, that this knowledge, this emotion is being transferred to people. So this is one of the reasons I like to play the videos, because I seem to know a while ago that there's something special embedded into these videos when you listen to them. They're unlike any other videos you've ever seen, where Mr. Keshe has always said, I don't deal with the physicality. I deal directly with the soul. And he's also dealing with the universal community as well. So there's knowledge being shared, your soul is getting elevated, and there's emotional interactions going on by just listening to the videos. And he confirmed that about what happened in Rick's teaching. And the Brazilians have confirmed it as well, where they're experiencing different things going on as they listen and participate in the same program in a way. So this is the reason I like to play certain clips or longer clips and so on, because the knowledge is passed, and this is the way the knowledge will be exchanged or transferred. We're going to learn through the soul as a gift from the Creator, as I understand it. We're not going to learn through the books. Even though we are learning things through the books, it's going to be transferred as a gift in a way, step by step, but as a gift from the Creator to your soul. And he says in the future that most of humanity will be able to replicate some of these projects. That was the other thing. I sense there is some sort of plasmatic block in a way that we cannot achieve. Like, I should be getting 100% reduction if I make the magravs the way Mr. Keshe makes them. Or I bought those magravs. Actually, I just nano-coated them and added some GANs to them. But the timing isn't right. This is the way I'm seeing it. So there is, even though we're achieving a little bit in different areas with agriculture for sure, we've seen the beautiful work Joel did in conjunction with Mr. Keshe. But even on our own, we're showing some results, but I don't think we're showing the full results we can, because there's some sort of plasmatic block in a way. Now, maybe I'm totally off base, but from what I've seen around the foundation, it hasn't really been manifested a lot, as it will be in the future. And as the timing comes right, where the soul is elevated and understands how to sort of construct some of these systems. Even he indicated that this is the first time man has been ever able to create a system in Linz that can elevate the soul. And he thanks Klaus and the team over there for all their hard work and the beautiful work that they've done. So there is some sort of, but I wouldn't say give up, continue to work, and we're going to need to understand this knowledge depending on what dimension you're operating in. If you're operating in the physicality, you'll need to know how to feed yourself and how to generate power and keep yourself well and so on and so forth. And in the energy dimension, it may be something different. So they're going step by step by step by step, slowly, slowly. We're becoming more elevated, but it seems like in the coming period that whole process is going to speed up in so many ways as the souls start to interact with other souls at the world leader level, religious leader level, and scientific level, and so on and so forth. So this is just what I'm seeing, what I'm understanding. And again, it's all about what it means to you, not what it means to anyone else, or what anyone else tells you it should mean to you. Anyone want to make any comments? Okay. So let's go and spend maybe 20 minutes in this workshop, maybe more. And feel free to stop it at any time you'd like to make a comment. Now, Jacko has just put something in. Jefferson says, very nice, thanks for sharing. Okay. Hello, everyone. I didn't read this yet, so I'm just reading it right now. Hello, everyone. Yesterday we had a UCM meeting. and played the 27th July mobile test again. I know Jacko was there for that test. The same emotions, energy, and feelings were there again, like then and back to the 16th of June when I was in the system. For me, this shows that there is no time connection to the experiences with all our Keshe devices. Agree. Any comments from anyone? Yeah, I think we all have our seatbelts on because this is relatively new for us, although the soul is probably very exuberant now because it says, now I can be free and I can move and I can be in the physicality as well and still realize that we can expand into the energy dimension. So many things going on, and of course we only know a couple percent of what the Keshe Foundation is actually doing in the background, and that's probably to keep us safe in a way, so to speak. So let's go to this little couple of clips here out of this workshop and just again rehear and also absorb through the soul the knowledge and the emotions that Mr. Keshe is, the way he's teaching. And we know never has any knowledge been disseminated so quickly, so perfectly across this planet in the history of this planet. So we're very fortunate and privileged to be part of this. And we thank your souls for bringing you here to continue the work. Again, we've only just begun, as he's often said. The fun has just begun.
In his desire to be with whatever and achieve whatever and live within the same system. In fact, the test of this week not only confirmed the transmutation of the soul and confirmation by another soul that has been touched by it, but it brings a new dimension in development and process of sharing of the knowledge.
And again, this is all leading up to this satellite. This is what this testing is all about, that they can actually, again, put a soul into another soul. It's totally, and maybe this is the way Mr. Keshe, I know he said when you go into space and so on, you become a star, but you can play off the physicality against the energy dimension. And maybe this is what Mr. Keshe has done over time, where he's embedded his soul, perhaps in the soul of Moses or Christ, and didn't actually take a physicality at that period, but it was experiencing through the dimension of the soul, that operation of that particular being at that point in time. And then came back into the physicality, maybe years later, went back into the soul of Muhammad, perhaps. Because he said, I appeared in the soul of Moses, in the soul of Christ, and in the soul of Muhammad. He said it's essentially the same soul. So he may be playing the physicality off against the energy dimension as well, which he said is very much possible for all of us to do. And this is how, again, perhaps eternal life or living longer is achieved. Once you know this little game of Mitra. That's what didn't he say we're going to start playing the game of Mitra?
In the coming days, the Keshe Foundation will start the process of what we call the next phase of transmutation. We go through what we did in the Rick's teaching a few weeks ago to the next phase. that those of you who paid and registered for satellite teaching or work, and many of you change your position from mobile to satellite and the rest of it, you will go through a separate process of communication and connection with the Keshe Foundation. In a way, we will switch on your satellite.
And just to say, I was amazed to hear Mr. Keshe said that we are going to actually work on the knowledge seekers in their soul is going, the soul of the knowledge seekers is going to get processed or balanced or worked on. And you'll hear this, well, depending on how far we go, during the knowledge seekers workshops. He said you would feel it, you would understand it, or maybe not. He said you would definitely feel it. So there's something special that's going to take place in the coming weeks in the knowledge seekers workshop, which each soul will be worked on individually. I notice Azar just dropped back in. Hello, Azar. I looked for you and
Hi, Mark. How are you?
I'm well, always
Hi,
well.
everyone.
And again, we've said this is a roundtable. Anyone can stop the video at any time, add something, ask a question, maybe one of the other knowledge seekers. There's some words in here I can't quite decipher, but most of them we do understand. And of course, don't look at the this index here or this translation because it seems to have gotten worse over the period. For a while there, I thought it was better, or maybe it was just the wording he was using, but this one is really, I don't even think they should keep it on, but that's just my thinking.
Your souls to become the satellites. Do not expect to transport. Do not expect to be transmuted. Do not expect to go anywhere. Expect for your souls to become the feeder of that. We still need you to be in. We still need you to come into links to complete this process. But those of you who registered as satellite souls and you paid your fees and the rest of it, you'll be contracted in a different way through the Keshe Foundation. Then we connect you in a very direct way as an international line directly to links. And we start the process of the changing of the man to the peaceful man. Even though many of you are still waiting to go to the moon, we have to do, we got to carry on. But the most important thing is those of you who have registered and completed your process as a satellite, you become a satellite from this. The extension of the work, the extension of the spreading the peace amongst the men is a job of you who volunteer to become satellite. We still need many more. We will ask you to walk to the nearest, as closest as you can, to the palaces, to the presidential palaces, to the presidential whatever, to prime ministers, to the kings and the queens, to the decision makers of your country and the world. And by proximity, we elevate their soul.
And isn't this what happens when we have a large body or a comet coming close to the Earth? We have these near gravitational effects, what they call, maybe the sea rising a little bit or earthquakes or other things. They call it near gravitational effects. And it sounds like this is the same procedure that's going to happen when you're close to the White House or you're close to the Kremlin or you're close to other, shall we say, political bodies. that your soul can be used to create these near gravitational effects.
The way we interacted with Rick, with others in this program, we interact individually with you. You're Russian. We interact with you in Kremlin. You're American, we interact with you within the Oval Office. And if you're in Iran, we interact with you in the palaces of the power. You will do it through your soul. You elevate the soul of the world leaders, and with it, you walk the mankind away from war.
So if you're doing it through your soul, why do you need the proximity or to be close to these structures? Anyone? That was one of the questions I was thinking about. Or maybe it's just happenstance that if you're near there, they will feel it. But why would you have to be physically close? Anyone? Jacko says to amplify intentions. Randy said earlier, this is exactly why I listen to the teaching live, is there is a definite energy in the live workshops as compared to listening to it later. But we're hearing, Randy, from the Brazilian team and even Mr. Keshe saying, it's nice to know that the knowledge and the emotions can be transferred through the recordings.
Well, I think it's, hi, it's Diane.
Yes.
I went with a medicine man for a little while, and sometimes like he would like see the aura, like he'd say it was smaller or bigger. It depends on. So if you're around them and you have that, it actually, it's like a light. It can be brighter or dimmer depending on what's happening in you. I'm done.
But they're going to feel it through the soul, aren't they? I don't know if they're going to see the light around you.
Some feel more than others, so it all depends, I guess, on how
Yes,
close.
we are very stubborn creatures, aren't we?
I'm a little stupid. Sorry.
You become the satellites for the next generation of the expansion of the peace and knowledge. And in the coming weeks, Keshe Foundation will announce the establishment of the One Nation government, where you govern as people and where the solar totality will decide on the future of mankind. Keshe Foundation will open its doors of knowledge freely. And as I said before, and I explained to the heads of the Keshe Foundation in the past 24 hours, coming to that phase, Keshe Foundation will establish research centers, which these research centers freely and continuously put the edge of technology and science in the hand of the man. We abolish the peer review and control of technology, as every man has the freedom to develop the technology according to what they want, for the betterment of the man. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institutes become an institute for humanity to share the knowledge without expectation for return. In that process, we still set up factories, we still set up structures to make it for those who cannot. But we bring a new dimension. We are not afraid of competition in what we created. We welcome it to speed up the elevation of the soul of the man and the comfort for man. We'll set example for no limitation in knowledge. What we discover, the way we shared the USB stick and the pattern with all of you, we share the knowledge. It's the responsibility of the KFSSI to share knowledge. Is what I call guilt by action if they don't. Once we set this in order, we set the order for the rest of the governing structure of the one world nation. We are not interested to live and own palaces and become the most powerful nation. We are one nation and we don't need power, except the power of knowledge. This test this week was one of the most crucial parts of the Keshe Foundation work. Man was proud of landing a man on the moon. We are proud to land the soul of a man within the soul of another man.
That's the part that astounded me. I remember asking Mr. Keshe at one time if he embedded his soul, and I don't think he answered me quite, or he sort of answered me in a way I didn't understand. And I know he said that a while ago in a couple workshops, that if you want to experience what it's like to be a cat, you don't actually become the cat, but you embed your soul within the cat, and now you can experience the way the cat has been treated by mankind. So again, a fantastic knowledge of embedding one soul within the other, and that was the couple that were in the system, where she felt his physicality as well as the soul of the person.
Hey, Mark,
Yes?
I thought you were supposed to be invited before you can come into someone.
Say again?
In the past, Mr. Keshe said you have to be, I can't remember vividly, but I think you
You
have
mean about taking a soul with you on a trip? I know he mentioned that with the child. If the family wanted to go to the moon and the child did not want to go to the moon, the child would not go to the moon, but the family would.
so sort of like that. But I think what I'm trying to say, he mentioned something that you cannot invade a soul. You just have to be invited, sort of, before you can, come closer, get involved or associate with another soul. I'm not getting it exactly how he said it, but something like that.
Yeah, I remember him saying we're not kidnapping any souls or anything like that. But even the soul of Moses has a beautiful soul. So I would think they would want to agree to this in a way, because every soul is beautiful. The soul of physicality may not want to, but when the soul agrees, the soul of physicality has to follow. As we know, the physicality follows the totality.
Is an achievement that human race will come to understand in the future how important the first transmutation of the soul has been, and what it will create, what it will bring for you, and what it will change in totality. This is the first step, but so fundamental that in the coming months and years, mankind will come to understand what happened in rooms of the transportation and transmutation in Linz on the 20th of September 2022 was one of the most crucial points in the change in the history of the knowledge of the man and the cycle of man. The flight, physical flight, has no meaning, has limitations, all sorts of problems. Limitation on man with traveling with his soul, expansion and expansion of the soul, is his own understanding of his own existence. What?
So again, we're hearing the physical flight has limitations. But in a previous workshop, he said we're going to accommodate those who don't want to travel with the soul. Maybe they want to see things, or they don't feel comfortable traveling with the soul. So he said we have to accommodate everyone.
Do you need all that? And what do you need? Do you want all that? We will release the testimonial of this first flight test in the next few days. We were hoping to do it today, but due to technical problems, they could not finish it up and sort it out properly. It will be done, and hopefully in the course of next week, you will see it. Most probably, we try to bring in the next series of teaching. All will be shown as what we call the platform of the work of the Universal Council, where you hear the people who went through it and you see the emotion. It's been recorded in two separate parts because the first part that has some technical problem has been re-recorded, but we released both recording at the same time. Because the first one is when they came out and you can see the emotion and everything else. The other one is done about 4 or 5 hours later. It's important for us to understand, for the first time, we don't allow you just to have the fun with your soul. We allow us to witness it, and we allow us to feel it.
So that's another astounding point. It's not just you that has fun with your soul. He said, we allowed us to witness it. We allowed us to feel it as well. How is that done? Is there a certain soul of the system embedded in you? And they get that knowledge from there? Is the actual, again, I don't know. But they're going to witness it and feel it. And it's not only our soul who's going to have the fun, he said. Gosh.
This will bring huge changes in what I call world order of what will be the understanding of humanity, of its own actions and the rest. When you do a criminal act, judge will not sentence you to life imprisonment. Judge will not sentence you to years imprisonment. Before you go to court, if there is any court, before that, you judge yourself and you correct what is wrong through the system to reach the balance of understanding and correction of the conduct.
Well, I've dabbled around in the bail bond business for over 20 years, and I guess that business is coming to an end, even though the state is legislating it out of existence. But now what we see is I was trying to get people out of jail, so to speak, but in the physical sense of it. Now he said you won't be punished by the judge. There'll be no jail. You'll judge yourself and correct whatever needs to be correct through the system. So you won't need to be in jail for sometimes very, very small matters, let's say.
The judge from now on is your own soul, and a standard set for its conducts by the souls who have achieved perfection. That is why we ask you to come in from all dimensions and all races to the center.
Let me back that up a little bit. This is the one part I couldn't quite understand. Maybe someone else can. Where he said, you'll be judged by the souls that have become perfect. Let's see.
The judge from now on is your own soul, and a standard set for its conducts by the souls who have achieved perfection.
Anyone understand exactly what was said there? All right, I didn't either, totally.
But Mark, who do we know that's perfect soul? That's what I think they're referring to.
Okay, I'm gonna play that one more time.
Before you go to court, if there is any court, before that, you judge yourself and you correct what is wrong through the system to reach the balance of understanding and correction of the conduct. The judge from now on is your own soul, and a standard set for its conducts by the souls who have achieved perfection.
Anyone? We hear you judge yourself and correct the misconduct, but I didn't quite get that next part. Okay, we'll continue.
That is why we ask you to come in from all dimensions and all races to the center. In the past 48 hours has been a restless time if you could understand what has been achieved. As I said, we could have switched on the physical dimension and land the gentleman on the lap of the wife. The technology is reaching a point that now, through its development, we will, and we enforce interaction to world government. We left it to the Universal Council. We left it to knowledge seekers to elevate the soul of the world leaders. Now we go through satellite system to reach them, and then very near by, we reach the soul of the world leaders. We set example by the world leaders to change their nations to the right condition and direction. It's a shame to hear a world leader to tell his forces to plow the human people and throw them away. That was not the condition to become a leader. When you disrespect the soul of what is being created, your soul will touch their demise much faster than you think. Those who set to create more mayhem, they'll find out there is no room for mayhem, as they don't even remember what the mayhem was. In a way, we bring you to the position of elevation of the soul of the man through the conduct and operation of the human race and another man. What I call the balance, understanding, and collective work of the soul of the human. What will be interesting is to see how in the coming weeks and months, the Russian man, simple knowledge seekers, by standing near Kremlin, will change the decisions within Kremlin. We'll see how knowledge seekers in Tehran, by being in proximity of the religious leaders, will see them to take their turbans and the clothes off and walk the path of the men. We'll see people in Vatican, many of whom Italians, will change the course of Christianity. When there is no residence within the Vatican, it has become and left empty, nothing but the flocks left. You will see in the Oval Office no residence. This is not any more theory, technology, for it has been developed. We have managed to transmute souls, and this way we take the soul of those who misconduct, elevate them, and return them back to the position and the standards of the rest. And not only to the standard of the humanity, but the whole of the universal community. The systems in Linz has brought the change which I have worked for many years. And this week, we have proven, because we have a witness. If you remember, in the past couple of weeks, I explained that the couple which go to moon, they are the same. They know each other well, and we will see them. They tell us how they see each other, how they feel each other. First, we transmute them in the dimension of the soul, and both can find each other on the surface of the moon and the soul. And if they are happy, they can take transmutation of the physicality, soul of physicality, step by step. And then we'll see the expansion of the technology in the dimension of the soul. The most important point of the research up to now was to show that we can transmute the soul. Not only up to past few weeks, that you could go, feel energy around you, but now the energy has been transferred. And the beauty of it is that the creator of the energy is still in the seat. The next step for us, after this transmutation, on completion, we will transmute the soul of the men of the universe. Men, not as a man or women, but as the creatures. In the system in past week, 2 weeks, we feel their presence. It's for us to set our system to welcome them to join us in the dimension of the understanding of the soul or physicality.
So there's about 12 more minutes before the break, but so interesting. The universal community will have the choice whether they want to appear in the system in the dimension of the soul or in the dimension of physicality. I guess it'll be their choice, which way they want to interact. Or maybe they'll start with the soul and feel comfortable and come into the physicality, perhaps. I know he said many of those in the universal community are too shy to show themselves in a way, thinking we'll perhaps eat them or something else. So let's go for the next 12 minutes, but anyone can feel free to stop it. I know we're all amazed, and again, this is just step by step by step by step moving, but this is what Mr. Keshe has worked for many years, where we will take that soul, elevate it, and I guess return it into the body of a world leader or a religious leader. And this is what will bring the change, not so much teaching them to make a magrev or to make some ganses or to grow some agriculture and see the beauty there, but actually the elevation of the soul is the key. as he said many times, we can give you this technology, but within a generation or 2 or 3, you'll be right back to the same warring and killing and eating each other until we get to that point of elevation of the soul. And now it looks like this process has begun. We'll go another 10, 12 minutes and finish there.
What will be interesting is how our people will react, is how human race will react, and how the totality of the work will confirm and complete the transmutation. In the next few days, in the next week, we have more trials, more tests, more understanding of the technology. And with it will come more knowledge for you as knowledge seekers to expand on, to develop, and to share. Those of you who have joined the satellite system, you start feeling the change, as we have already set up the system days before we go into the process, that you are prepared for what is to come. Many of you have just signed in as a satellite and not completed the process. Please complete your process as required. We have a reason for it. And at the same time, complete and be ready for the change in your lives. It's not going to.
Anyone want to comment on what these changes in your life could possibly be? You said be ready for these changes in your life.
The same as before. It's going to be a very joyful life. It's going to be an extension in sharing your soul with the totality of humanity. And it's going to be a joy to see how those are devoted to change will bring that. It'll be very interesting to see how the satellite units, which you have in a way committed your soul to be, will extend to reach the soul of the Universal Council and Universal Community. We have Universal Council support. Now the satellite souls are the soul supporters in a direct way for the change of humanity in the dimension of physical dimension of the man. There is a huge burden on you who became satellites. Try to understand that with what happened in Linz this week, and with the first test, we have set a precedence for the whole change of the structure. Your child cries, he doesn't talk. You reach his soul, you understand where the pain is. You have a mentally handicapped child. You want to know how you can bring the change. You reach the soul. Does the physicality matter? Those of you who are beautiful people will come to understand, to see all the members of the family within the one physical structure. We shall see from what we saw this week, end of what I call, or the beginning to an end of the knowledge of what we build and nourished as prisoners. We see an end to addiction. We see an end to criminality, and we see an end to kingship. We see the beginning of how we transmute people's soul, elevate them, nourish them, and like a dream you had, return back to them. What we saw this week in this, without a doubt, will
Almost like you're taking the soul to the cleaners in a way to get sort of shaped up, he said, and then return it back to them. Oh, gosh. I mean, again, this is very, we thought it was going to happen a different way in a way. But now it looks like they're taking the soul, elevating it, nurturing it, and returning it back to the individual. And this will happen, I guess, through these satellite souls.
bring massive changes to many of us. And as a head of the Keshe Foundation and responsible for setting up the One Race Planet, as I agreed before I arrived here, will endeavor to bring that as fast as possible to be applicable, that it brings a positive change. The world is going through a position of mayhem, not knowing uncertainty, and this uncertainty is creating more problems in the coming months and years, and we are here to use it to change the course for peace. We are not standing for elections, we are not standing to interfere with powers. We elevate the soul of the man in a very massive way. Now there are physical systems, and it can be shown, and it will be developed for all levels of understanding. This process of transmutation of the soul and transmutation of soul of physicality, which is confirmed this week, will bring us many, many changes. Will bring us amazing amount of changes. I hope, as human race, as knowledge seekers, you understand what you have entered into and what you have brought to be, and what is about to come, and how much change it will become and bring for all of us. Next couple of weeks, as we go further with this development of the transmutation inside this flight room, we will let you know how far things go and how fast things go, and how the whole thing will take shape. Would you go in the left-hand machine with the blue eyes and come out another one with the black eye and black hair, as has been your desire to be? But the condition of the soul, as the soul of the parents created you in blonde and blue eyes. You were preconditioned to this change. Now is your choice, and no precondition. When you are born in Scandinavian countries, the womb of the mother environment has changed to create a blonde blue, to guarantee the survival of the physicality when the physical life takes shape and starts living on this planet. When you are born in Africa, or in Southern America, the womb of the mother has decided the shape and the color of you to guarantee your survival when you arrive and born in the dimension of this God. Now this time it's your soul who decides. It's your soul which decides how to be and what you want to be. Up to now, you change your name. You change your surname because you didn't like what the father or the mother gave you. Now it's in your hand to change the whole dimension of the physicality. You don't need to go to a hairdresser to blonde your hair or black your hair or do whatever. Now, through the dimension of the soul, your soul has the freedom to take the position and the place it likes and the way it likes to manifest. Changes are huge. What is to come with what we done is allowing you to elevate your soul. You can change while you're sitting in the same seat. And then you have to come out and tell your wife, sorry, I went in with brown eyes, now I've got blue eyes and blonde hair. I'm still the same man, I still love you. But maybe I don't love you, but I love to be with someone else, There will be no point of lies. There is no point of deception as the soul balances everything. Let's see what we achieve and how things will come out. And let's see how fast mankind will accept this technology. We will start seeing huge oppositions once we start elevating the soul of the world leaders, as their flock would not like to see change because they lose what they stole and they get it because of that. As I say, they're just like flies around the cake. And now, then we have to change the condition and position of those flies too. It's not going to be an easy job, but we see the change. And the change has started. The confirmation of the technology, not the theory, is in our hand. And I sincerely hope, you as knowledge seekers, take the banner of the satellite sponsors and carry it out. Because it's more important to reach the soul than trying to change dimension of physicality. We go through the break and we come back, and in a way, I congratulate the whole of the Keshe American team, especially the team in Lens, especially Klaus and his team, who have put such a perfect system to work the first time it's switched on, the way it was supposed to do. It's in the skill and it's the sincerity to serve. In the coming weeks, we will bring a new dimension of teaching. In the coming months, we will not teach in the words of the man. Some of the teachings of the Thursday morning will be done soul by soul. You will understand when it happens. Many of you have already tested it, tasted it during the teaching with breath a few weeks ago. Now you understand.
So let's hear that little part again where he's going to take in the workshop. It sounds, he said, we're not going to teach by words. We're going to take soul by soul and perhaps again, take them to the cleaners, freshen them up and return them. So this is the way the knowledge, it sounds like. Let's just hear it one more time and then anyone can comment on it.
In the coming weeks, we will bring a new dimension of teaching. In the coming months, we will not teach in the words of the man, some of the teachings of the Thursday morning will be done soul by soul. You will understand when it happens. Many of you have already tested it, tasted it during the teaching with breath a few weeks ago. Now you understand how things will change and how will be, and how the whole thing will change for all of us. And to see how a new dimension in the world of science has been created. Rick, take us to a break and come back and we'll...
Okay, would anyone like to share anything about this new way of teaching? Not through the words of the man, but we're going to take each soul individually and shape them up, I suppose. Give them a knowledge that they didn't have. Gift them a certain understanding of this knowledge. Anyone would like to make any comments about all we've heard? And I know you've gotten enhanced by just listening to it. And that's, as I said earlier, why I like to play these clips. He did confirm that with what was happening in the Brazilian team when they listened to that Rick's recording. That knowledge, understanding, emotions are transferred through the recording. And yes, I'm sure in movies and other things that happens as well, but at the soul level, it doesn't really work that way. I think this is the only technology that's operating in this sort of manner. Again, totally unbelievable that you can almost embed knowledge into another person by taking their soul, elevating them, nourishing them, and returning that soul. So you're going to be connected to the system in Linz somehow during the workshop, and you'll feel it, he said. You'll know it's happened to you.
So taking someone to the cleaners takes a whole new definition from now on.
Yeah, it's again, I guess that just came to me. But yeah, it's like, you know, your old suit that's got a lot of wrinkles and this and that in it, and maybe some stains and some other unpresentable things, and you bring it back and you go to a good cleaner and they have it all shaped up, and you look great and it feels great, and you're proud to have that. Jacko says, last week I visited my mom. Rain was forecasted the whole week. I raised the pressure in the area by thoughts, just a little bit. We never needed a raincoat nor an umbrella. It rained, but never when we were outside. Are we creators already? Yes, we are. Okay, if no one has any comments about this, let's go to the creating the peace dome. And again, we started by spraying and releasing the waters of the GANs, and we continue that process. And then let's practice the spreading of our soul, similar to satellites. So you see where Mr. Keshe was going with this. But anyway, every Sunday, noon or 6 p.m. CEST, we release the GANs waters.
For it. I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So even through this process, we're participating in the greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life on this planet. Now, Mr. Keshe has asked us to go to another step. And this is spreading the fields of our soul, similar to what the satellite is doing. But I think when people become satellites, they'll be supercharged, turbocharged, enhanced to be able to do it better. This is just sort of a practice for us to do this. And again, as he said, no one fails this test. I think once we become satellites or get enhanced or connected to the system in links, maybe sometimes you'll know it and sometimes you won't know it. I don't know what this huge responsibility is. He said, you don't know what you've gotten yourselves into. But he said there's a huge responsibility in this satellites. So let's hear Shweta explain this, read this, and then we'll go for the 5 minutes of silence and actually practice, and no one fails, spreading the fields of our soul. I know Myrna's in the Universal Council are doing it every day at 9. The Brazilians have been doing it consistently, week after week after week. And we're going to continue this on as we become more enhanced satellites in a way. So this is sort of satellite training, satellite practice in a way, as I'm seeing it now. So let's hear Shweta if we can.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MD Keshe. Thank you.
Thank you, Shweta, for reading that. Again, we started with the physicality. He said when we sprayed the Gans waters, that was something for our physicality to do. Now we're elevating the soul of humanity, which will make the future decisions of where this race goes, apparently, in the dimension of the soul. And apparently this is practice, as I see it, in a way to become the satellite system that Mr. Keshe keeps referring to and keeps encouraging everybody. It's their responsibility to find a way to get to Linz or to sign up for the satellite system. So let's take 5 minutes, practice this, because perhaps, I don't know if you'll have to be silent when you become a satellite. Will you, for example, if you were at work and your soul was asked to help in a way or to give to humanity, would you have to stop your work and go to a quiet place or do that? Or could you operate in both while you're working and the soul is also working? I think the latter is more probable as I see it. But let's take 5 minutes and basically use our soul, spread the fields of our soul as practice in a way. And as he said, no one fails this test. So let's take 5 minutes. I'll just bring the screen back. Let's just bring it back. Here we go. So we'll take our 5 minutes of silence and work collectively together, expanding the fields of our soul to raise the soul of humanity to a higher level position. Thank you all. Thank you all for participating in this greatest movement of the soul of the man. And I think that's the way it's going to work in the future. Yes, we're still building the factories and making some products for those who aren't able to work this way, and hopefully they'll find a way in the near future to do that. But this is the way the change is happening, as we see with the world leaders and religious leaders. It's not going to come by showing them the free energy or a system that's inexpensive to produce energy, or perhaps a feeding system. It's all based on the elevation of the soul for this permanent change. You might be excited about being able to feed from the fields, but after that sort of wears off after a while, you'll probably go back to the same things you were doing before. And it'll be the same with energy, and it'll be the same with other things until the soul gets to the elevated point of a higher understanding of the universe, the creator, and the process of creation, as I see it. Randy wrote in the chat, the emotional code is soul important. First, I said he thought he said is so important, but he said is soul important. The emotion of your thoughts, ideas, goals, and desires are the source energy of bringing it into physical reality. It is the potency of your energetic signature of that emotion that will magnetize all the etheric 0-point energy into your body vessel. Then, like a nuclear explosion, back into the quantum field, where your personal space-time reality will reorganize the timeline to form the thing or event for manifestation. And this is from the Cosmic Light Force Telegram group. I don't know if you wanted to say any more of it, but it's almost like what we're doing with the Magrevs and things, where it gets stepped up in a way, from a weaker to a stronger to an even stronger.
That was the entire post, but I thought it really fit to what we're doing here. A lot of people are saying the same thing, but using different words. So we are all on the same playbook.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, yes. Agree. And this is the way the work will be done. He said the Universal Council will operate this way once they truly understand the value of it, or their ability to do that. Maybe they're in a way doubting. We all have to sort of see something physical or nothing's happening. It's hard to imagine you can spray some water and create a dome of peace on this planet with water, with fields, or using your soul like praying. How many people have prayed for years and years for peace, but it's never seemed to totally manifest, or it has, and this is part of that process as well. I know the universal community has heard the cries from this planet for millions of years, apparently, or hundreds of thousands of years, but there was a certain timing that had to be in place for it all to work out the way it's working out. Anyone else have anything else they'd like to share? Well, I think it's time to bring Alex in, if he's still with us. Sometimes I wonder that we've gone too long, Alex, and you might run out of patience, but you've never not appeared, so that's great. Let me play the disclaimer if I can, and then we'll go right into your teaching for today.
Thanks, Mark.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Okay, thank you very much to you as well, Alex, for continually providing us with the sharing of the knowledge deeper and deeper, more understanding. Perhaps we'll pick up more again on the soul as our soul becomes more elevated. Your teachings as well will become more understandable, at least for me. I know you go into some deep subjects, and we do appreciate that, even though we don't fully understand everything you're trying to impart to us. But we appreciate your presence, and we give you a loud round of applause from our souls.
Thank you. Can you also give me a moment to adjust the screen, please? I'll be back in 10 seconds.
That's no problem. So we're in for quite a ride, and I think it's just begun. We're coming on the up part of the roller coaster, let's say. We haven't gotten over the top hump of it, but we're still climbing and climbing, and the fun is about to begin, I think, as I see it. And again, it's not going to happen through this matter state. It's going to happen through the energies of all of us collectively together, where he said the collective soul of humanity will decide where humanity goes. Alex, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I thought I had finally figured out how to adjust my screen.
It looks perfect for me. It's right in the center.
Well, it started off great, and now it's reverted back to the other way. So, but I'm glad it's good for you. So, and that's what's important. And what's even more important is these teachings that Mr. Keshe is doing, because we're talking about all of us being messengers of peace, friendship, and health for all nations of the world. And all nations means all nations. So I want to thank everybody from the North American community for being here. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon, and I know, as always, you have nothing else to do. But all jokes aside, things are getting very serious. And so it seems that in North America, we're kind of sleepy. And thanks to the international community for attending to this meeting. It makes this an outstanding success. And maybe in the near future, and I'm hoping it's weeks, maybe months, but not years. I'm hoping soon as soon, that we will all see our hopes and wishes for peace and prosperity come true. And we are part of this process. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We're discussing basic outer space. The subject today is satellites. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is September the 25th, 2022. And this is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. As we're approaching the second anniversary, we started out in Brazil with the basic teaching series. We went through basic understanding, knowing, insight, space, inner space. And now we're looking for this elusive outer space, which we can't seem to put our fingers on. And we have satellites that are supposedly in outer space. And then we have rockets that are supposedly beyond these satellites. But in today's topic, the question is, well, what are these satellites, you know, and what constitutes a satellite? And so when we look at the universe and we find that, well, wait a second, our perfect little world is that little tiny red speck in the right-hand corner, bottom right-hand corner, call that man's universe. And we find that in the past few weeks, we've heard the call of the wild, and we wonder who is calling. But we also wonder, is there a guiding hand? And we're supposed to answer questions, not ask more questions. So we have the 3 books, the Universal Order of Creation of Matters, and we say that's a source. And then we have the 3rd book, The Origin of the Universe, and we see the functionality of our souls. And in between, we have the Structure of Light, book number 2, which is the link between the here and the there. And we assume the there is in outer space, but we still haven't seen it. And so we're still searching for this outer space. But most of us are just preoccupied with our little piece of the pie, and shall we say, in the sky. It's this phantom pie. And what phantom means is something apparent to the senses, but with no substantial existence. So we know that satellites exist, but how do they do this? There's no substantial support, is there? So are these satellites that pie in the sky that we're all looking for? And how far does that sky extend? So what we found is that there is a sun space. And so the sun space is actually a star. And that star has a name, and that name is sun. And our sun has satellites. And we're already one of them. Planets are the satellites of the sun. And planets have a name. And so we have one of our neighbors is called Mars, and where we are at is called Earth. So we find that these satellites orbit around the sun. So our planets are part of the sun space. But we have our own space as planets. And so we find that each planet has its own space. So on the other side, we have Venus space. So that's not where we wanted to go. And we already discussed Mars space, and that's not where we wanted to go. So we all went to this sentimental pie in the sky we call Earth space. And somewhere on Earth is where we are. So we are actually none of these 3. We're something else. And boy, are we ever something else. Anyway, so we have our own man space. And the funny thing is that we don't seem to orbit the way other satellites orbit, but we seem to populate the surface of the planet. And we have other characteristics. And so we have found that, you know, everything that we talk about is in relation to our environment, which is the earth, but that's not what's really important to us. What's important to us is our own space. And so we are the satellites of ourselves. And that's what we're concerned with. So that's our point of view. Our point of view is coming from our man space. And so when you have a point of view, you have to have a reference point. And so this becomes the fundamental principle of the twinity. So we have a reference point with the electron, and it is dictated by the amount of the magnetic fields which are transferred. Where are they transferred from? Well, they're transferred from the large twin plasma of the proton. Well, the proton is much bigger than the electron. And, you know, if you see two things that are two different sizes, would you say that they're twins? And the thing is that when you get these two together, the electron and the proton, the combination thereof is what we call an atom. And so this is basically the fundamental particle on the universal elements. What we have, the fundamental elements of this planet consist of atoms. And so the electron then rotates around the proton. So the electron becomes the satellite to the core component of the proton. But the electron also has a core component. And so what is kind of difficult to figure out here is we see that there's a magnetical and gravitational relationship. So we'd say the electron is magnetical and the proton is gravitational. But the core component in the electron is the same as it is in the proton. And of course, it's the same as it is in the maggrav. So fundamentally, an electron is a maggrav, and a proton is a maggrav. And so I think we should say that the combination of the two is also a maggrav. And then when you have these magravs, there's an interaction with these magravs. And so when we look at the Keshe model of nuclear decay of the neutron, well, what is the neutron? Well, the neutron is also an energy field, and it is an initial fundamental plasma, and it breaks up into another plasma, which we've already just discussed, that of an atom. And when we look at the mass of the atom and compare that to the mass of the neutron, we find that there's a difference. And that difference is this decay process, which we call the release of the PM ticks. So the PM ticks themselves become a plasma. And so these all work together. And so the PM ticks are launched from the decay of the neutron to the atom. But we find that the electron is still there. So what's the difference? What's going on here? And so we find that there are reference points. And so if we are part of that reference point, for instance, then we can emit energy and we can absorb energy. And furthermore, we can create. And again, still, we can co-create. So all of these are in reference to our man space, but not only, because we follow the same rules as our Earth space. But as I said before, we don't orbit around the planet, we kind of walk around this planet. And the thing is that these energy exchanges are all done at light speed, but we didn't say which speed, because there is a plasmatic spectrum and there's a physicality spectrum. And so we say the difference between the physicality and the plasma is that the physicality is visible and the plasma is non-visible. Well, if it's non-visible, then it doesn't have light. But there is a plasmatic spectrum. Well, how can you have a spectrum if it's not visible? And so this becomes kind of the mystery of our inner space. And we see that there's a covalent bond in between the plasmatic spectrum and the physicality spectrum. There must be, because the physicality is a manifestation of the plasmatic spectrum. And we know that the plasmatic spectrum is a manifestation of what? We keep asking more questions. And then we see that throughout the universe, we have these energy packs that are flying all over the place at different strengths and different compositions. And they become part of the aminogen of the Earth space. And they contribute to the spice of life because we have approximately 8 billion different satellites crawling all over this planet. And then furthermore, these satellites have these dream energies and these soul energies, and they're also navigating somehow. So we're trying to figure all this out, right? Because this is the basic teachings on outer space. But the plasma feeding rule is that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So that's the fundamental rule. And we found out that, you know, all of us have come to this Earth space, but we are in the same environment, but we're different species. So this is the spice of life. And we find ourselves kind of lost in this space here because our space is our man space. And this space is on the Earth space, but we have to share it with the vertical people space. And we also have to share it with the other horizontal people space. And so we find that all these spaces are kind of overlapping because they're basically, well, they're all occupying the same space, you know, so, and then that's our Earth space. But as we said, you know, when you look at it from the point of view of the sun, and the sun looks out into its sun space, well, what does it see? And if we were to say that the outer part that it can see for the sake of this discussion would be Mars, right? Because that's our neighbor. When, you know, I don't want to worry about what's beyond the neighbor. I just want to look at my neighbor because I want to figure out where I'm at. And I'm in Earth space. So I'm not in Mars space. Mars space is farther out, but Earth space is nearer. And then we are in our own man space on this Earth space, which we share with these vertical and horizontal people in their space. But we forgot to add 2 other spaces, and one is the moon space, which, you know, is a satellite of the Earth, isn't it? Because that's what a satellite does. It rotates around a field. And so the moon space rotates around the Earth space. And so the combination of the moon space, Earth space is part of the sun space. But regardless of which space it is, every one of these spaces is a satellite. And wouldn't you know, we have created satellites on Earth. So these are man-made satellites, and they rotate around the Earth. But some of them crash and burn. And some of them don't rotate. Some of them just like kind of keep on going. So, you know, more questions. I'm sorry, more questions, right? So, but somehow they keep on going. But until they pass the moon, they are part of moon space. So the moon space is a satellite of the Earth. And if a rocket were to go between the Earth and the moon, would you say that it's part of Earth space, or would you say that it's part of moon space? You know, we're guaranteed to say it's all part of sun space, but you know, where exactly is this place? And so in the plasma science, all things to understand are based on the magnetical principles of attraction and repulsion. And so we identify these individually as calling them gravitational field forces or magnetical field forces. In practical terms, we can call it a feeding or a feedback operation. These are all part of how the universe is created. And the universe is existing from energy. And so we find that energy is always in motion. And so it's not the energy that we're concerned about the charge, it's the motion. The motion has the charge. So energy is a charge in motion. And all these things work in combination. So when we look at the cover of book number 1, we see the combination of 3 field forces of 3 different energy strengths, but they come together in one field force. And so that's a single field force. Where did it come from? Or, you know, where's it going? And so to understand these things, we have to understand the sequence. And so when we try and figure out our position, we find that we're the last man standing. But we have choices. We have choices. We can turn this energy on and off. So that's part of the feeding process. We can actually increase or decrease this energy. So that's part of the strengthening process. But for the purpose of today, we want to figure out how can we enhance or diminish the process, because that affects the positioning, does it? So therefore, we have to make a reference. And so our man space, which consists of the soul of the man, the soul of the body, and also our emotion, is referred to the earth space, which is very physical. And we've mimicked this in the cups of life. When we created the cups of life, we're trying to find this nebulous point that connects inner space to outer space. And so when we created these cups, yes, they were physical. But in the process of incorporating nano-coated copper coils with physical zinc plates and copper coils, we created a reference between a magnetical field and a gravitational field. And we know we did that because here we have a glass bottle, which is a physical field, and inside this glass bottle, although the glass is transparent, and so we can see inside, and we can see the physical GANs, and the GANs is white, representing the combination of zinc GANs and CO2 GANs, but in the middle of the GANs is another hole. And that hole, it hasn't vanished, it's just transparent because we can see right through that hole. But what we can't see is the guiding hand somewhere that has created this point in the center, some nebulous point. And so all of these energies are working together. And if we say the higher strength feeds the lower strength, and then the lower strength feeds back to the higher strength, then we find that the feedback is actually a feeding byproduct. And that's how our biosphere is created. And our biosphere, well, it's near to the crust of the earth, right? And near to the crust of the earth, well, we've created also these ganses, like CO2 GANs, calcium GANs, zinc GANs, copper GANs, amino acid GANs, and water GANs. All of this in this little cup of life. And then we created a second cup, and all we changed is one thing. We changed the zinc plate for a copper plate, but we still have the magnetical gravitational field forces. And there's still an interaction, but we find there's a difference in these two cups. We find that one cup is emotional and one cup is physical. And if we want them to stay individual, then we keep them apart by, in this case, at least a meter. And is that far enough? But if we put them together, like if we put them together in our body, where we have the physical brain and the physical body, and we have the emotional mind and the emotional gans and the emotional heart, and put it all together. And so that's our man space. But then now we have a cup of inertia. And again, we changed the parameters, but this time there are 2 nano-coated copper coils in the nano-coated copper plate. And we still have the magnetical gravitational field. And what does the cup of inertia do? Well, it's interacting with the cup of the earth. And so all 3 nano-coated components now are changed to have nano-coated zinc coil, nano-coated iron coil, and nano-coated copper plate. Still have the magnetical gravitational fields. So when we put all the cups together, we find that each one has a magnetical gravitational field and each one has a soul. But the combination of the 5 has a magnetical gravitational field force and the soul. And then there's us, man space, right in the middle of this whole mess. And so our representation of this is cup number 1, 2, and 3. The cup of the soul, the cup of the emotion, the cup of physicality. So what are the other 2 cups? Well, that's part of the feeding system that comes from our environment. And so this is how the 5 cups work together. And so we see that our body is responding to this in kind. And so maybe this is how our spine is created. And with the cup of the universe, maybe this is how our brain is made. And then when we put those 2 together, we find that the difference between the spine and the brain is that the brain is kind of round. And so, but it's not flat, it's a sphere. And so we find that the surface to volume ratios, we have 2 feeding dimensions and 3 feedback dimensions. And they all involve this mysterious pie in the sky somewhere. And then we find that we still have one and we still have the other, but now we have a product of those 2. So we actually have more, called synergy, where 1 and 1 is more than 2. And so, we're not part of these dimensions because we're observers. We're observing this 4th dimension. We're observing from this 4th dimension. But what is the construct of this 4th dimension? Well, obviously, it's a construct of 2 feeding dimensions and 3 feedback dimensions. So we have one maggrav in reference to another maggrav. Let's just keep it simple and let's just look at the surface to volume ratio of the circle. Gotta go back. This is just the basics. So pi is always still involved. And so we say that the circumference of the circle is pi times d. So pi is 3.14 and a bit and a bit and a bit and a bit, whatever we want to fudge, times the diameter. And so that comes up to an answer. So therefore, if we have a smaller diameter, then we have a smaller circle because the pi is constant. So what happens here? So if we were to take a satellite and tie a string to it and grab that satellite with one hand and tie that string to a ball and grab that ball with the other hand, and then you take the satellite and you kind of rotate it around the ball, as the string winds its way around the ball, you'll notice that the string gets shorter. And it's ironic, isn't it? In this example, you are the guiding hand. Well, what you're literally doing is you're binding the string together into a ball. And this is exactly what we do on this planet. We're binding energy. And the reason it's binding is because we are deceivers. And in the process of this deceiving, we diminish the energy. And then to compound this, we have to supplement the energy. And of course, we do that at the expense of others. Why do we do this when the universe provides? Getting back to these orbits and these circles, if we look at a satellite that is orbiting around the planet, we find that its diameter is diminishing. And so this may be difficult for some of you to follow, but let's understand the background question. What is it that's magnetical and what is it that's gravitational? So we're constantly making a reference to another field. And then we're always constantly making a reference to each other's gradient and each other's charge. So in other words, strength. So talking about strength and positioning. So we find that these satellites actually follow diminishing orbits. We seem to think that these orbits are round, but the fact of the matter is that there is a space that these satellites can orbit around the planet, and then every time they orbit, the diameter diminishes. And so we find that the smaller the field, the higher the surface to volume ratio, then the higher the ratio, the higher the negative charge. And the higher the negative charge, the higher the field strength. Well, wait a second. The satellite, if it's diminishing its diameter, is becoming more gravitational. No. The effect is gravitational because the field of the Earth is constant. So we see that these orbiting satellites of Earth are actually following a pathway, which we can't see. So how do these satellites stay in orbit? Well, they have to, at some point in time, turn on these retro rockets, which will push it into a higher orbit. Now, the thing about these satellites you have to understand is that they do not have a motor. They are running without a motor in terms of following this pathway. And so if they push themselves out to a higher orbit or a higher pathway, how do they stay on that pathway to continue the orbit without contributing to that energy in any way except to go from one pathway to another pathway. And why do I bring this thing up? Because if the satellite is losing energy, then it's giving. And if it's following a smaller diameter, then it's negative and it's a giver. But we say the higher field feeds the weaker field. That's right. The Earth field is feeding the satellite, which is why it can rotate. But as the field is diminishing, the pathway is weaker. So the satellite comes nearer to the planet. And in the process is giving its energy. So in the conversion of energy from its pathway to its distance to the planet, it is magnetic. The Earth, of course, is gravitational. It's a stronger field. What's the proof of concept? The satellite is moving without a motor. Our souls move around this earth without a motor. As we get near to the earth, we have to have these motors running. So we all know that a NASA spaceship coming in from outer space then has to go through this orbiting area and get into this inner Earth space. And at that point, it has to turn on the motors so that it can land. And as it is landing, it is reducing speed. And so we find the difference. The warplanes are flying at around 50,000 feet. And they fly very fast. And the commercial airplanes fly at 35,000 feet. And they fly fast, but a lot slower. And then, of course, we have ships and cars. They travel slower than airplanes. And then, of course, we may want to use a donkey, but, you know, at the worst case, we can walk. And so we find that we're even slower. So the answer is, the nearer we get to the surface of the ground, the slower the speed of motion. So that accounts for the transmission energy. And so we can say that the transfer of energy from the transmission energy to the transition energy going from this range from the ground to the sky is manifest in the motion speed. So a lot of people are wondering, can a B-52 bomber fly at 500 feet above the Earth's surface? For a short period of time, yes, until it crashes and burns. So, and the reason for this is the back pressure of the wave that it creates. So there are other energy forces that happen. So what I want to demonstrate is that we understand that the satellites rotate around the planet without a motor. But the thing is that that rotation is in a diminishing dimension, diminishing diameter in relationship to its circumference. And so therefore is a energy transfer from the transmission to the transition. Well, where's the guiding hand that does all this? And then we look at dynamic plasma and how it works. And we find that the energy is emitted out of the North Pole and is absorbed in the South Pole. We're not saying where this pole is, we're just using that as a reference between the feeding radiance and the feedback radiance. So when we look at this magnetic field or magnetical plasma field that goes around, or this aura, this plasmatic manifestation of our man space field, at which point somewhere in this man space field is our man space point. And so there's a plasmatic manifestation that goes around our physicality, but somewhere it comes back in. Well, this is not orbiting. This kind of goes around, but stops halfway and comes back in. So what we do notice is that there's an emission and there's an absorption. So there's an exit and there's an entry. And so in order for that to happen, we now see that there has to be a change in speed. But in order for it to be a change in speed, then there has to be an increase or decrease in energy. And this being a plasmatic dynamic field, then it's non-visible. So we're not talking about speed of motion. We're talking about field strength. So we've identified another kind of motion. So when we look at our physicality, we're constantly adjusting positions. And so we find that we can get in a vehicle and we can drive somewhere, but that vehicle has to have a motor. And because of the limitations of the motor, we're doing this in our Earth space. Now, if you want to go outside of our Earth space, we can get on a rocket and we find that that rocket has to have a motor. We call it the booster rocket. And that booster rocket takes us straight out beyond the magnetosphere. And then we find that we can turn the rocket off. And this is how we launch the satellites. And we find the satellites don't have booster rockets. But to adjust their position, they have retro rockets. Okay, so we find that once we get to a certain point, we don't need the motor, and it just keeps on going. So this is energy in motion. And the satellites rotate around. That's energy in motion. And we find that birds can fly and fish can swim, and we humans, we have to walk. But these are all kinds of energy exchanges, and they're physical. But we see these rockets in between, whether it's in between Earth space and Moon space, or between Moon space and Mars space, or even between Earth space and Mars space. They don't have rockets. They just keep going. So we can clearly see that without a physical motor, we can adjust positions. So we understand that there's a plasmatic exchange of energy. Well, we have to understand this because, this is how you adjust positions. And we all have attitudes. So when we look at the Space Center and we find that there's a launch point and there's an entry point, and we find that there are different kinds of chairs, if you will, getting us ready to go into outer space. Another interesting phenomenon happens. And these satellites, as they orbit around the Earth, they don't cross over. They follow this path. And you can have multiple satellites following one path. Satellites don't cross over. And yet in lengths, when we go into the space room and we launch over into one of the space vehicles, not only can we go into one, but there are two chairs in the one. And then we can go into the other, and then there are two chairs in the other. And then when we come back, we have to remain connected to all of these. So we cross over these various paths. But, you know, that's perfectly normal, isn't it? Because if you were to go downtown on a busy afternoon, on a business day, you would find that there's a lot of people walking on the sidewalk, and each one has a path, and these paths all cross over. So we find that the satellites don't cross over. There's a form of organization. And wouldn't it be nice if cars were just that well organized? Because one of the things you don't see are the people bumping into each other. They just all walk, follow their path, but these paths cross over. So somehow, fortunately for us, our society is well organized that way. It's when we get into the overall organization of society that we come into a problem. And it's a good thing that we don't have to worry about that. That is in our hands, right? Because when we go to sleep at night, we have to release our souls so that our body can recuperate. And somehow we maintain this connection. And we've replicated this in the flight simulation tests. And then, of course, we all want to get back to nature, but we have to understand that we are nature. There's no getting back to nature. It's a matter of understanding nature. The getting back to nature is maintaining this connection, just like you do when you wake up in the morning. And do you find, you know, when you wake up in the morning and return into your body, do you cross over into another body? No. But what you do cross over is a transition line. And the way you cross over is by maintaining this connection to this inner space, this unseen guiding hand. So when you wake up in the morning, you wake up in your own body. So each of us is practicing our target practice. And all of us here have succeeded today. Again, congratulations. So we find that there is a interaction between our physicality and our dynamic transfer state. And we've identified this supragranular layer, which is kind of around this orbiting thing that orbits around our body. But, you know, you look at our body and, you know, no pun intended, but it's not very round. You know, it has different features. And there's a functionality. And that functionality comes from our thought process. And so we create these satellites of worry in our physical state. It could be, you know, things to do with our family, our jobs, source of food. And of course, the most important thing is money, right? So that we can work in our physicality. But see, all of this comes from somewhere, and it comes from this dynamic transfer state. So really, we see that these satellites of worry that we create are just prayers for something that we don't want. So we don't need to focus on the problems. we need to focus on the solutions. And so we find that we have two souls. The soul of the man, that's the essential you. And the soul of the man interacts with this plasmagen state and the mattergen state. Then there's the soul of the body, that's the surrogate you. That is your servant. That interacts between the plasmagen state and the environment state. So our environment state, we only acknowledge the earth space. Is the earth space the only physical state? Is it the only matter state? So when we look at the basics of plasma science, we find that the PM ticks that travel through the universe are this magnetical feeding. And they come together and converge into a maggraph, which consists of the principal matter, transition matter, and convergence matter. So this convergence is kind of like the satellite. Every time it orbits, it diminishes its diameter and comes closer to the Earth. So therefore, we can extrapolate that to the reference between the planets and the sun. Every year that we go around the sun, in the process of going around the sun, we are diminishing our diameter. So we see there's a change. And there has to be that change because the Earth is moving. It has no motor. So somehow, some way, for the Earth to follow its pathway around the sun, there has to be an exchange in energy between the transmission energy of the orbit around the sun and the transition energy, the distance between the Earth and the sun. And we know that distance is changing because there's another field in between, the inertia field. So there's a feeding field and a feedback field. And there are plasma rules on how this energy is exchanged. And we find that energy exchanges by level are at least an order of magnitude. So if we were to say, if we could take back the Earth 1 year, one field rotation, the energy strength to maintain that field rotation would be at least an order of magnitude stronger. But since the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state, so this is the ongoing rule. However, that energy could be catalytic or non-consuming. So there's a difference. And the other thing that we notice, the higher we go, the higher the transfer rate. And that transfer rate is done by many orders of magnitude. And so we see that to go from here to the sky, we require faster and faster vehicles. But when we get to a certain point, we can turn the motor off. But we can also go beyond that. And we can also turn the motor off, but we don't orbit around anything. We're just like lost in space. And who knows where we're going. So we have crossed this barrier, this plasma barrier of fields. And it is on this barrier perimeter that we can orbit as satellites. But not only, we can absorb into the fields. And so then the question is, will we do this gracefully or will we crash and burn? But there's another criteria, and that has to do with the ethos of the universe. And that's one of the problems that we're having. So everything that we talk about is a kind of a manifestation. So it's this plasma feeding which leads to this manifestation. But now we see that we can have a visible or non-visible manifestation and a non-tangible or tangible manifestation. So it's more than just the plasmatic reality versus the physical reality. We haven't taken the emotion of presence enough into this context. Where does this emotion of presence, which is a form artifact of energy and motion, come into contact with all of these satellites? What keeps that satellite up there, and who wants to do that? And what puts the satellite into a smaller rotation? What wants to do that? And we as people, we don't rotate at all. We walk around and have these paths that we follow, and we cross over with all these paths. And there's an energy in motion there, isn't it? And so we see that in our physicality. But that doesn't account for the energy in motion, because that's creating a manifestation point, and then it's exchanging that with the physical manifestation point. So we understand that there's a physical plasma and there's a plasmatic plasma, and there's a relationship in terms of field strength. And so we all have these common denominators, but some of us have a dominant matter state different from others. So are you in a dominant physical matter state, or are you in a dominant plasmatic matter state? And I guess that all mean the question then becomes, are you flying, are you rotating, or are you crashing? So all of this now is a discussion on motion. And so we find that this ray creation is actually ray motion. And we find that in a plasmatic condition, we can have natural creation, but it's a two-way street. We can also have natural decay. But if we go down a level, we can go down to another plasmatic level. So just like a satellite can go down one level and still maintain its orbit without a motor. But once it comes into a point too close to the ground, in other words, where it's lost, it's decayed in terms of its energy, then it starts to do different things. And we still see the same thing. There's a natural creation and a natural decay. But now it's going to have to turn on that motor to achieve the same thing. And then when we look at our physicality, we see that we have the cup of emotion and the cup of physicality and the cup of the soul. And these are all working together, and we don't have a motor. And then we find that there's this space in between. And we say, well, this space in between is somewhere, but it's not a satellite. If it's not a satellite, then it has to be a pathway, because we see rockets going. We see planets moving. We see asteroids moving. Its energy and motion manifest to our visibility. What is the defining factor to keep it on that pathway? And then what happens when it reaches its destination? What happens when a rocket leaves the Earth? It can shut off its motor. But you know what? When it gets to the moon and comes within the moon space, it has to turn on a motor so that it doesn't crash and burn on the ground, on the surface of the moon. So we can turn off the motor in the in-between space. So when we look at these cup relations, we find that our cups, the cup of the soul, the cup of the emotion, the cup of the physicality, that's all part of the man space. And so there's a relationship to the earth space. And the relationship between those two field forces is what we call the field force of inertia. And so when we look at our man space, we find that one man space, but we have two souls, two emotions, and two physicalities. And so far we figured out that, you know, these are all inner spaces within our inner space. And then we find that we have one inertia with our environment, which is the earth space. And as such, we have this one physicality. So there's a phantom field force out there that is connecting all these things together. And so we find that we are satellites of the earth space, but we don't have to rotate because we're within the nearness and proximity of the surface of the earth within the biosphere of the earth space. So the inertia is not dictated by the distance, but the field strength is. So the inertia of our motion on this planet is greater at the surface of the earth than it would be if we were to orbit the earth far in the magnetosphere. So these are points to note and to review in a comparative relationship, because that's what it is. These are relationships. So we know that there are differences in satellite motion. And so these differences in satellite motion reflect plasma energy in motion. So when we're looking for this confirmation point, we're never going to find it because a balanced maggrav is transparent. So the only time we may see this thing is when it crosses over into the physical reality. But there's no rule that it says that it has to cross over into the physical reality. It could be in the plasmatic reality. So we have this option, and we have these choices because we know the soul is not visible, but the body, physical, is visible. So when we're looking at how we transmit around this planet, the transmission follows an orbital path. That's how we create the peace dome. And when we feed it, it stays in a higher orbit. And when we drain it, it comes down into a lower orbit. Where's the energy? You can't see it. And where's the pathway? Well, you also can't see it. So we see that there's a sequencing that has to go on between the souls. So the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth attracts the soul of the man. And it follows that pathway to the convergence of the soul of the man. So now you have the soul of the man and the soul of the earth, and you have the convergence of the soul of the body. Well, now that you have the soul of the body, now that interacts with the soul of the earth and it manifests itself into the physicality of the body. So these are the default pathways of manifestation. But we didn't say which manifestation. So what we need to take into account is the environmental reference. And so the environmental reference is finding what's our man space, which is on Earth space. And then we find that inside we have our Gans space, which is part of our emotion. And so we have this feedback that is feeding back to our feeding source. And our target has been Earth. And so we find that Earth has different ranges, and the Earth space actually transits the various ranges beyond the satellite orbiting range, right up to the moon, because the moon is a satellite of the Earth. So the moon space literally becomes our magnetical boundary, and the core of the Earth becomes our gravitational boundary. And every single level between here and there is a rotation around this planet, representing a changing field strength. It's all based on density. So we find that when we're talking about conventional science, we're talking about soul of the earth relationships, because from our standpoint, we're looking at the physicality of the body, and then we're looking at the physicality of the earth body. And we know that the soul of the body is on the inner space of the physical body. So therefore, the soul of the earth body has to be inside the physicality of the earth body. And so we just assume that we have a soul of the man, so therefore there must be a soul of the earth. But we haven't talked about the soul of the sun. So all of these things are possibly in outer space. We could assume that. But we're never going to get there until we transcend the limitations of nuclear science. And so we find that ethics are involved, which take into account morality, compassion, and courage. And so we have a space center in Arizona that is waiting for the souls to take charge, because that's what the universe does. It contributes to the creation. We're not interested in creating garbage, and there's no place to throw it. What we're creating is a feedback to a feedback, and then to another feedback. That's how we make our reference points. And so we wonder why our pursuit of happiness is a failure, because man has never launched a rocket into outer space. So do Earth space rules apply to inner space or outer space? So when we define plasma, we have to understand that there are different kinds of energy states. And our goal is to understand our Earth space, find our inner space, and we're still searching for outer space. I don't know where it is, but I know it's important. And if important is not important, then don't worry about it. Nothing is important, because that is the motivation of our bodies. The motivation of our bodies is the emotion energy manifestation of these feedback principles. And so there is either a binding of energy or there's a launching of energy, and we have these choices. And so we find that, how does the universe do it? Because just like the rocket has the motor shut off in between here and there, just like the satellites have the rockets shut off as they orbit the PM of satellites. They don't have a motor either. And so this is how the universe provides. And what we have to understand is the universal harvesting, because this is part of the self-enhancement. When we engage loosh harvesting, we are stealing energy. And when we steal that energy, that becomes a binding force. And so we become self-consumed. So we ask ourselves, when two forces come together, is it destruction or is it creation? Well, we have choices. We can fly or we can crash and burn. And understand that destruction is a kind of creation. Ask yourself, what kind of creation are you creating? And is it a shining example for all of humanity to follow? So we've offered the vision feedback enhancement systems for the US military, who is having difficulty with her inner space emotion. This is facilitating PTSD recovery. Soul enhancement, spirit enhancement, defining the pathways on how we manifest and choose to manifest. So when we talk about transcendence to some nebulous spot in space, which we call heaven, we actually find that, we're heaven on earth. And the funny thing is, we accept, no problem. Satellites can communicate with us. And yeah, we see them move, and we don't see a motor. So we don't see how they move, and we don't see how they communicate. So we don't see that guiding hand. Is this guiding hand in outer space? Well, what you do know is that when we travel in outer space, we can travel faster than the speed of light on Earth space. And so we find also that we have overlapping fields on this Earth space. And so one of these fields is the peace dome, but it's part of the inner space dome. And we can contribute to that because just like satellites, we can communicate. And the more we contribute, the higher the field strength. But when we say contribute, we're not talking about money. Money is a man-made construct. What we're talking about is the plasma energy of the universe. Because that plasma energy of the universe is what keeps us alive within the Earth space. And it contributes to the motion of our physicality. So all we have to do is look at everything around us and witness what's going on. And then we'll understand what's going on. Because we have to address the reason why we are here. We are here for a purpose. And problems with purpose, of course, is that it invokes responsibility, and we don't want responsibility. Well, you know what? We have no proof of outer space because everything that we see here, whether it's sun space, planet space, moon space, or just that in-between space, we don't see outer space there, but there is some kind of in-between space connection between all of these spaces. And so, when we talk about advanced technology and We look at these UFOs and try and figure out how they operate without motors, and do they have motors, and then there are other satellites. Well, see, all of this is obsolete. We just have this, desire to have our wheels on the ground. So we are just composite four-wheelers. But see, the key point in all this discussion is that advanced technology is advanced. And we have not seen this advanced technology in our society, except we have proof of concept. And that has to do with our preference and sentimentality. We were not born on Mars. We were born to Earth. And we were born without a rocket. And we were born as babies. And we were born using the universal community system. Is the universal community in outer space. Because we were born into inner space. And so this arrival to Earth space is that only half the trip. Did we have a round trip ticket? Are we only halfway here? So if we were to leave Earth space, is that the second half of the trip? And maybe we won't be coming back? Or is that just another side trip from our original round trip? The thing is that we are inherently peaceful. And so this planet is not inherently peaceful because this planet has inherited us. But the inner space of the Earth space, that is to say, the soul of the Earth body, is inherently peaceful. So there's a conflict. And so it's in our hands. It's in our choice. And so we're sense for peace. And thanks to Neil Howe, all these accomplishments that he has done, and with his passing, they can rest assured that the souls will continue, because we all are part of the biosphere of peace. We are all satellites, and we have connections. The call of freedom and emancipation is a normal, universal choice. And the Earth is part of that universe, and so it's normal there as well. So we have an existential crisis because we have to harvest the plasma energy of the plasma universe. And now it's after June the 6th, 2022, and now we have choices. And does it mean we go from Earth space to outer space? No, we can pick and choose. But we're never going to get into outer space if this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings of Plasma Science. We're calling all the Earth space patrons. This world needs a world peace treaty, and it needs you to sign it. Sign it with your pen, but more importantly, sign it with your heart and with your soul. Because the Earth has all of these overlapping fields of life. And these fields are free from boundaries. And the soul of the Earth body is also a satellite of this inner space. So we're looking at the earthbound physical and emotional atmospheric transformation, this transmutation from this transparency point to this manifestation point. We didn't say physical point. And so all of this energy comes from beyond that nebulous point of the universal inner space of freedom. And it's a refugium. It's a benevolence of the nebulous life of the universal community. So we see that these satellite connections are stressing us because they're stressing the man-made boundaries of thought. So this is why the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. And we are still looking for outer space. So welcome to the outer space age. And thank you for listening to this. Over to you.
Well, thank you again, Alex, for all these spaces. And what about space gaps? That seems to be important as well. But before we get to any questions for Alex, I just want to, number of people joined the Keshe team this week, the knowledge team, which was Joseph Illingworth and Saudadis, Fedi, Roberto, Susan, and Paulo. And then one more who just joined as a, I guess, a symbol. But again, I don't know. I think they have to be vetted through the anti-bot system or whatever, but we welcome you all to joining our group and all the groups, as I think in the future we'll see people rushing to be part of these teams once the technology is shown a little bit more fully. Of course, we've seen the energy systems and we've seen the gas systems as well. We're going to be seeing feeding systems. And I believe this week will be the video of the couple that he talked about that's made or helped to make this huge breakthrough, is transporting and transmuting the soul as well as the physicality, which would have happened if the system, the physicality part of it was turned on, as I understand it. So there's a lot of progress being made in the background. I don't think we fully understand it all. But thank you again, Alex, for a beautiful teaching. I don't see anyone here for the first time. If you are, please open your mic and tell us who you are, where you're from. But I think everyone here has been here before, so to speak. Would anyone like to ask a question of Alex or a general question? So these satellites, Alex, are always losing their altitude, even if it's a small amount, as they rotate around the planet. And that's why they have these rockets, or to sort of adjust them back into their orbit. Were you trying to convey part of that?
Well, it's like a friend of mine told me, he's perfectly healthy. He just has a little bit of diabetes.
Okay.
The size of the rocket doesn't matter. The orbit matters. So if you look at the periodic table of elements per se, you'll find that we have these different orbitals. So now we have different understanding of how these orbitals work. So they can go orbit by orbit, or they can jump from level to level. And there's no predetermined requirement. But so what is it that affects it? So it's another energy force. And I think Randy beautifully described it in the chat. I just had a chance to read that. And what's very impressive is the contribution that so many of you can make and are making, where you are able to contribute in a higher field strength, just because you're gathering more knowledge. So the thing that we are having trouble when we understand creation and how we apply that to growth So we have to, look at the proof of concept. We were born and we were born as babies. But, if you don't understand the plasma science, then you cannot explain how babies became adults. And funny enough, we can't explain how babies became adults. Isn't that interesting? So if you don't recognize these other forces, then you can't explain that. So we have to either explain it properly or not recognize the fact that we're adults. So you can't dispute that. We are adults, so what causes us to grow? So now here's the key point. Some force caused us to grow. And then we grew to a certain point, and then the growing stopped. The method of growing was converted to a method of healing. So in other words, the growth represented a faster healing than illness. Because in the process of growing, we also hurt ourselves and damage ourselves. So that has to be repaired. So you understand the extra energy that is required. You repair that what is damaged, and then the whole system has to grow to the next level. And then what happens there? Then it has to grow to the next level. But at some point, you become an adult. And so that growth is turned off. That growth input energy is turned off. And we just have the repair energy. As we get damaged, then we repair ourselves. So the repair energy and the growth energy are two different types of energy fields, two different type of energy intentions, but they basically do the same thing. They give you energy. Now, if you look at cancer, and cancer is the growth of cells, but you don't turn it off. Now think about this for a moment. You cut yourself. Now you have created a damage. Blastema cells come in and fill that void, and then they differentiate, and then they decide, well, is it on your finger, or is it on your knee, or is it on your nose? And then once they differentiate, then they grow and become cells to heal. And once it's complete, then it stops. Well, cancer can't do that. Cancer keeps growing. And as such, it keeps occupying more and more space. Isn't it true, right? The clothes you wore as a teenager don't fit you today, right? Because you grew. So that's the same thing with cancer. Your body doesn't fit anymore. You develop a tumor. And so what has happened to that energy? What has happened to confound that turn-off mechanism? Because it's not the mechanism that's the problem, because there's a turn-on signal, there's a turn-off signal, but there's a disruptor. And so we find that that disruptor is present in our earth space. And then we find that disruptor is also affected in our inner space, because that's the soul of the body. Is that disruptor valid in the soul of the man? And the soul of the man will never lie to you, because you are the soul of the man. The soul of the body is to serve you. So there's a defect in the connection, and the satellites come crashing to Earth. Back to you, Mark.
So you mentioned we have nearing 8 billion satellites on this planet. But we're not focused. Is it similar to a laser? Or if you had 8 billion lasers, but they're weak and they're not focused, they can't really do much. But once we get these satellites, these lasers focused, then we can sort of direct our energies better. Is this part of this satellite plan? I'm not
Okay, I
sure.
don't want to get into the politics or
No,
other stuff. So I will use another example. And you may have seen a soccer game and where a player will have to take a penalty shot. And so there are all sorts of distractions. There's verbal abuse. The goalie is jumping around. The goalie has to stand on the line at the time that the ball is kicked. But up until then, there's all sorts of distractions that are going on. So the man who's taking the kick or the player who's taking the penalty shot is focused. And then you find that there are these fans in the stands who have these lasers, and they try and shine them into the eyes of the guy who's taking the kick. And so not only is that, distracting, but it's dangerous. The eye is not designed to take the focal point of the laser beam. And so there's the advanced technology of the laser. And there's the wonderful application. I can imagine the guy who invented the laser says, oh, this would be a great way to distract the guys taking the penalty kicks in a soccer game. So this is a misuse and abuse of the technology. So we can get away with this in our physicality, but you can't get away with this in the universal community, because the universal community will simply leave you alone. And this is why the universe can be a very lonely place. So if you have those kinds of ill intentions, they are operating beyond the soul of the body. They're operating on a different field strength. So why I brought that up is because you mentioned focus, and you mentioned the laser, and all of these things are part of the physicality. But focus is a characteristic. And so the important point that you brought up is that a characteristic is not exclusive to a field strength. So in other words, a plasma field can have a focus. And that focal point is a magnetical field feeding. How are we doing on that, Mark?
I didn't hear that last part, Alex.
The focal point of a plasma field is the magnetical feeding.
Okay.
I'm following up on the case that the characteristic of focus is not exclusive to a field strength. So a laser beam is a focusing of the light, and light is in the physicality. So you can focus light in the physicality. Well, you can focus energy in the higher energy states as well.
Very good. Anyone, are you finished, Alex, with that, or did you want to go further?
Well, I'm just hoping that I was successful in making the point, but I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Mr. Kesh said he could change this planet himself. He didn't need any of us really, but then he said that he couldn't do it because he's not from here.
Oh,
So there's something that's needed for the people here, the entities here, to get involved in this change.
so Mark, may I jump in again, please?
Oh, but please.
Okay, so 2 questions now. So the one you asked before had to do with nearness and proximity. So you asked, if the soul can travel to another location, can it intervene? Well, what it can do is bring that field strength within nearness and proximity. So that is to say that all things are connected. And it's assuming that if I'm, well, have you ever been to a movie and there's a guy beside you and he decides to move and all of a sudden he hits you with his elbow, right? So he moves, you get affected. And then you move and you might then in the same process affect your neighbor on the other side. But at the same time, you may kick the seat in front of you and you'd affect the guy in front. Or maybe you'd adjust your position and the guy behind can't see over your head. So it's all, you could see how the things are connected. That's the point. But would you affect the guy 10 rows down from you? So that field change strength would be absorbed by all the fields in between, right? The other rows in between, your row and 10 rows away, they would all be absorbed to the point where maybe the guy in front will move because you move, but the guy in front of him may not, except in the case of a domino effect, right? In which case you flip the guy in front, so he flips in front of the guy, and then that guy flips in front of the other guy, and that guy flips in front of the other guy. So you have all these capabilities, okay? And so when you have a field strength that is like a nuclear reactor, you find that the nuclear explosion is a sequential transferring of energy, and that it goes beyond the immediate proximity. So the field strength also dictates the proximity. So you don't need that strong a field strength to affect the proximity. Nearness has an effect. So if you are far enough away from a nuclear explosion, you won't have that effect. This is what I'm saying. But if we're talking about the physicality, then we have ways that we can absorb this energy. So therefore, that's a characteristic. And we understand that. So what we have to understand it in the plasma, we also have that characteristic. So if I were to create a thought, there is no way that I can impose that thought to someone else. Because what I create, I cannot dictate. I cannot target it. I cannot direct that energy. I can, through my intention, direct that energy, but that is a hopefulness. The completion of that hopefulness would be if who I targeted energy to would absorb that energy. So therefore, my targeting of the energy is not the major criteria. It's the absorption of the energy that is the major criteria. So I can choose to what I want to target to, but the other person has to accept it. Now, that field force has to respond. And that field force is either going to have to create a barrier or it's going to absorb. Now, there's a limit to what we can do in the physicality. There's a limit to what we can do in the soul of the body. That limit is many orders of magnitude stronger than the physicality. There's a limit that we can do with the soul of a man. And that field strength is many orders of magnitude stronger. But here's the catch. If that soul comes in contact with another soul, there will be an interaction. Because the motivation from those two souls is the same. It comes from the Creator. But what happens if the soul of the man is disconnected from the soul of the body? It doesn't get any feedback. What if the soul of the man got feedback from you, from your soul? If you just think about that for a second, I think you'll understand that the rules that affect the physical exchange of energy apply to the same way in plasma exchange of energy. We just happen to be confusing science and manifestation, and we confuse manifestation with materialization. Materialization and physicality is the same thing. Dematerialization and plasma is the same thing. In all cases, the energy moves the same way. So when you look at the energy of the sun broadcasts everywhere. But if you look at the core, that is indeed very bright. And then you could say, well, that energy is very focused. No, you're focused on that energy point. The energy from that core point diverges because the sun gives. It's benevolent. It doesn't choose who it gives to. It'll give to the bird, it'll give to the fish, it'll give to the man, all the same way, and the vertical people and everything else. So the sun in its giving doesn't choose what it gives to. It's just within the field strength and the nearness and proximity of the sun space, it gives to all the planets equally in the universe, in the sun space universe. But the sun space is part of the solar system, which is part of the universe and Milky Way and all the other good things that are out there. So that is to say that they all work on the same way. So if you understand how the energy is transferred in the physical science, and I mean understand how the energy is transferred, then what you have to decide, because we know that the plasma energy is a substructure for the physical energy. So if you're looking at modifying physicality, are you applying a physical energy or are you applying a plasmatic energy? So this becomes the first question. And then the second question, once we become successful at working with the plasma energy, then we can start to take advantage of it. And so this becomes a very, very important difference. And I didn't think I'd get to go down this rabbit hole today, but here's what I'm going to say. We engage in mind control on this planet. Well, mind control is a physical manipulation. The universe engages in the mind control, but that is a benevolence. And the reason for it is because the energy is always positive. So the energy is always for the production of life, for life giving. The universe gives to life through love. And so we have the opportunity to also give to life through love. But as a consequence, we now have to understand that we cannot give hate, because hate is a nothing burger. You cannot give hate because you cannot give nothing. You can always only give something. So you can either give love or not give love. Just as you can receive love or not receive love. And that becomes your choice. It all has to do with susceptibility and nearness and proximity and how you exchange energy.
Wow, great answer, Alex. Great explanation. I was wondering if the soul is going to be, you know, we're talking about the world leaders and others, if it's going to be actually taken to Linz and process and return, because he said we will take the soul, nourish, and then return it back.
Sure, the soul is
So-
starving.
Or is it going to be projected out from Linz
No.
to the satellites, to the person or the leader? That's what I was wondering. Is the soul actually going to get processed in Linz in some sort of fashion we don't quite understand at this point? And then he said we'd return the soul once it's nourished.
Well, no, Mark, you confused the two. If you're returning the soul from Linz, then obviously you're bringing the soul to Linz, okay? But you cannot do that without approval. So what has to happen is that soul has to be communicated to. And so there's no nearness and proximity. If you can overcome the proximity and get that nearness where your field strength starts feeding that field strength, then the acquiescence can take over. You have to have the approval of the soul.
Right, because once he said we're not forcing any soul to do something, but then he said we create systems that forces the soul to do it. So,
Well,
which is
the
it?
forcing, okay, no, the forcing comes in the fact that the universe is a benevolent place and will provide. So the reason man has turned into a killing machine is because we are disconnected from our soul. So if we reconnect, then the soul will assume its responsibility and do what it has to do. And this becomes the individual's day of judgment.
So these little practice sessions we've been going through, or uniting our souls together, is part, I would think, of this bigger satellite plan. It's just sort of getting us into the framework in a way of practicing this
Yeah, of
elevation, I
course.
would think, yeah. And
Well,
then some,
if you're in a family of thieves, the tendency to be a thief is very strong. And if you're in a family of musicians, to play a musical instrument would be very strong. So your environment has a factor, okay? But if you change your environment, for instance, so let's say you're someone who is peaceful, and you end up going into an environment that's very violent, you are going to make a decision to stay or to leave. And we have created an environment in our society where we ridicule people who, you know, leave. So, oh, you know, he's just a, you know, tenderfoot, you know, he's just a fair weather player. And, you know, in some cases they are fair weather players. And especially when you're asking to bring them to the Keshe Foundation, they don't have to come to the Keshe Foundation. They have to understand the science. That's the whole point. Okay. And so if you, I can sum it up in one phrase. The plasma science is not a knowledge, it's a way of life. Okay, so it contradicts our current society. Well, our society contradicts the universal society as well. So this is where the rubber meets the road, shall we say.
That's what I mean. We're kind of amateurs, so to speak, and there must be more to it. As he said, they use our souls to reach humanity, or we do it. But I don't think we're elevated enough ourselves at this point.
Oh, yes, I forgot to answer the second question. And the problem is that they can't do it.
Who is they?
The universal community
Right.
cannot transmutate the way we are planning on transmutating. They can't. They don't have the technology.
Right. After 1 billion years, they haven't. They're trying to get back to the mother as well.
Well, because they see the consequences. Okay, it wasn't that it was, you know, it wasn't part of the plan. It became part of the consequences of the plan, and so there was a deficiency. That deficiency has been corrected. Okay, so now both the universal community and the earthbound community have to work out a plan. So the thing is that we were born, so we know that we can manifest on this planet, but we can manifest as a baby. We cannot manifest as an adult, and neither can they, unless they change their physical attire.
Okay. I think Gail had her mic open. Maybe she'd like to add something.
Well, thank you for all those explanations. It's kind of complicated because we have, I think Mr. Keshe was saying 1 and 3 are from outside. So with a different coat on than what they would ordinarily have. So does it mean that only 2/3 are going to be able to go through the system and elevate and all of that? Any thoughts? And also one other question. At the beginning, when we talk about the sun and the earth, the sun creates the earth, and then sun and earth create or attract the soul of the man. So are we saying that either the combination of sun and earth is creating a new baby soul, like a soul of the man, or is it that we attract what the creator creates, I call it the primordial or the initial soul? Like, I'm a bit confused on that part.
So that's an excellent question. Thank you. The key point that I want to emphasize is that this attraction is all done on a plasmatic level because it has the field strength to do it. Once we get into the physical level, we are at a lower field strength. And that lower field strength is below the threshold strength that allows us to do this attraction. So the coming together and the attracting forces has to do with the will of the soul and the will of the creator, but also, as I say, there was a deficiency. And so that became obvious in the plasmatic level. And so you're very, very correct, I believe, in saying that the soul of the baby is created from the interaction of these field forces. And so that is to say, now that we have a soul of the baby, how is that soul of the baby going to materialize? And so the current method of operation that we have is to be born in the womb of a female. So that is the way that we've arrived on Earth. And that is the way that that's their system. And we're using that system. We obviously, all of us have done that. So now, well, where do we go from here? Well, because we have disconnected from that knowledge, then we're stuck here. And so we have to relearn that knowledge. But in the process, we're relearning it from a point of weakness, from a lower field strength. And if we totally depend on that field strength to feed us, then we need constant supplementation. And so that's what's leading to our social dilemmas, if you will. If we enlist the services of the universal community, then we don't have to worry about violating souls. All we have to do is ask for the benevolence of the system, because the higher energy feeds the weaker energy. And in this case, because we're in a physical state here, and we're bound in a physical earth, we are the weaker, so we can get fed that way. And so that facilitates our supplementation. But with these new systems, we are not only able to overcome this supplementation, but we have been able to overcome into a new technology. As it says, it's an unheard of technology. And that unheard of technology allows us to generally go into outer space if we only knew where outer space was. And so far we haven't seen it yet. We haven't found it yet. And as a result, we just assume the universal community is flopping around somewhere in outer space, doing what they're doing, and that they're kind of looking at us and how we're flopping around in the physical space. So it's an interesting thing when you look at a medium, and I'm talking about someone who can go into a meditation and then recite from another soul a teaching. And so what they're doing is channeling energy from another soul, but they have to do that on a plasmatic basis. And that plasmatic connection is between the soul of the body and the soul of the man. We didn't say which soul of the body, and we didn't say which soul of the man. The only commonality we have is the physical body, because you I don't know if you've ever been to a seance to listen to these guys, but you know, they literally change their voice and they change their mannerisms, and they're totally different personalities, despite the fact that in the physicality they look the same. So they're channeling. So what it means is they are able to transfer the energy, but they are displaying the deficiencies of the physical transformation. So we are now in a point where we can overcome that. And to overcome that is to understand the true essence of the plasma science, which is the manifestation of the interaction of the field forces of attraction and repulsion. So you attract what you want and you repel what you don't want. And there's the key. You have the choice. You are the third dimension. but you're not the third dimension, you're the fourth dimension because you're observing the first three dimensions. What are the first three dimensions? The two field references and the product of the two field references. There's your three dimensions. And now you're observing that. So do you have the technological skill to enter into that field? Well, they don't. Do we have the technological skill to enter into their field? Well, up until Wednesday, we didn't. The only thing that we could do as of June the 6th was channel. The game has changed. The game has changed. And so the consequences of reconnecting the soul of the man to the soul of the body is manifesting as we speak. Thanks, Gail.
And
And
thank
did
you very
Mr.
much, Alex. Thank you.
And didn't Mr. Keshe say he just goes direct to source? And now we can do the same.
And the realization is that we've always been able to do that. But don't tell your friends because they're going to laugh at you and they won't buy you a beer. They'll just throw the beer bottle at you. You'll know that they understand when they pay for the cleanup and offer you a beer next time.
Somebody told me today it was Dean's birthday, so we wish him a happy birthday. I know it was Jackie's birthday on the 20th, so we also wish him a happy birthday.
Oh, where's my birthday greetings? Happy birthday, guys.
Does someone else have something they'd like
So
to
what is the
share?
cakes?
We haven't gotten to the cakes. We're still playing with the crumbs. I did show my MagRav earlier, Jalal, before you came in. So we went from 261 down to 220 this month's bill. So we reduced about, it's been a slow process, but if you want to see that, you can actually see it in the beginning of this this program. But we haven't received, you know, a 50% yet or 100%. We're probably in the 15 to 20% reduction in energy so far. So I thought I'd share that today. I was glad it did go down a little bit. But again, how often has reminded us that these are the crumbs, right? The saving a few amps and a few watts and so on and so forth.
But at least you get your crumbs.
Yep, it's a start. It's definite start to show a little bit of the technology. And hopefully we go on further with it. I know, Alex, is it going to get simpler? It seems, as Mr. Keshe said, there's thousands of steps in this ladder. Is it
Well,
going to get simpler and more? This is what I think is going to happen. He said, most of humanity will be able to replicate these devices, and the factories and so on are for the ones that can't do it. But most will be able to understand the patents, replicate the technology in the coming time, and that's probably through the elevation of the soul.
Well, with respect to the knowledge being easier, let's put it this way. You know, if you're learning how to play the piano, so you know you can you can play all major keys, and you can create all sorts of music and be quite fine about it. But there's a variety of keys. Now, each key can also be a minor. Well, all of a sudden, you've now increased the number of varieties. And when you've done that, you've increased the number of potential combinations. So when you look at the MAGRAPH, for instance, that you created, for simplicity's sake, you would have 4 elements. But if you look at the enhancement spaceship, well, no, actually, I don't know about the enhancement spaceship, but the Universal Body Enhancement Unit has 400 elements. And so if each element is interacting with another element, then that creates another field. And so clearly the interaction of 400 is going to be far more complex than the interaction of 4. But in both cases, you're playing with plasma fields. So if you say, well, is it going to be easier? It seems to be getting harder. Well, no, once you understand the rules, then it doesn't matter, whether you're bringing in 100 fields or 50 fields or 4,000 fields. The rules are the same. So you just become more skillful. That's all. It's not any more complicated. You have to understand the basic rules. And the problem with the basic rules is that, as you see in book number 1, you have to create one field. But clearly you can see that one field is created from 3 other fields. So we are only looking at that one field, and we're ignoring the other fields that affect this. And then which field is it that affects it? And then if you sit back in your chair and, you say, my field is interacting with all the fields. Oh my God, you'll never be able to learn all that. Yeah, you will, because all you have to do is understand the nearness and proximity to that field and work with the intention. And that's possible. You have proof of concept. Proof of concept. You have over 70 trillion cells in your body. Thank God the nose knows the difference between the toes. Oh my God, imagine. Hey, if you had a wound on your big toe and all of a sudden, you grew a finger. Wow, you'd say something's wrong at the factory.
Yeah,
But
we're
how do you-
fortunate to have Mr. Keshe with us, because I think it would be millennia before we even got very far with this.
Alex,
Hi there.
hi everyone. You brought up a wound in the body of the man.
Right.
Okay, guys, listen, please. When you have a wound, what you will have in that wound? Pain. Yes. What the pain means?
Loss of energy.
Increase in the energy. The pain is increase in the energy at that point. So just thinking, if you want your magla, what will happen? Silent.
It draws the energy.
Why you have increase in energy in the place where you have a wound? What is the process there? What the body want to make to do?
Well, it wants to restore its balance.
Attract other energies.
To repair this point. Yes.
Exactly.
So this repairing this point, it need a lot of energy to release from the whole body. Dun, dun, dun.
This whiteboard is for you, Jalal.
No, thanks. If I use my my writing device, I will be kicked out. I mean, what the understanding of the plasma? You not transfer. How you produce energy? Look, let me ask Mark. Mark, what happened for you to make this maggraph?
What happened?
Yes. Why you went and you make a maggraph?
Well, because I was never enthralled with the matter state energy, although I did promote it in the matter state as nuclear policy. I always
Okay.
thought that energy, there's a couple billion people without any energy and they can't live the same way we live. So I thought in the matter state, bringing energy. Now, it's never even impressed me in the Keshe Foundation that creating electricity was a big deal. And so I never really followed up. And the reason I got involved in it was because I got involved with group 3.
Okay. So something put a pressure for you to act.
Just to try to show something.
Anything. It's something outside pressure to move. It's the same thing with a maggraph. A maggraph is exact a human or an entity. How you pressure something to release something else. Really, guys. Okay. You force me to draw here. I hope I will
You
continue.
see how that works?
Yeah.
See how he forced you.
Okay. Okay. Let's say this is a coil, a copper coil. Okay. And let's say this is your nano coating. Okay, this is all your nano coating. What you find here? You find that this place there is no nano coating. This place there is no nano coating. This place there is no nano coating. It's like the same wound in the body of the man. What happened? This one, the strongest nano coating, it will try to deliver a huge energy to repair this gap. Here, huge energy to cover up with nano coating this gap. If you have one wire nano coating and you measure, I said it last time even in the Romanian group. If you measure it, with your device, you will see maybe 20 or 30 milliamps. When we lay out the layering in our nano coating process, when you put your device there, what you will see? You will see your measurement go up 20, 25, 30, 40, down 10, 5, 8, 7, like this. You deplete this wire from the energy. But really, if you have one places here which is not yet nano coated, and you measure, you know, you will get 400. Because all this, the strong plasma, try to reach that small area here to continue the flow. So from here, you will have release of 400 to 10 or 8 or 20 or 30. It's a huge, it's a jump. And you can test it yourself. You can test it yourself. So in this respect of understanding, you will go one level higher, if you like. You have a matter state, and you have a higher point, nano. Now you go one more. You have nano, and let's say you have gases. What is the difference? It's the same. Now you have a gases, let's say the green one, and you have a plasma. It's order of magnitude. The same thing happened here. Make it with a plasma. A plasma try to reach this plasma. It releases a huge energy in the gases. A gases, again, a gases to a gases. It will release a huge energy in the level of the nano. Nano to nano, it will release a huge energy in the level of the matter. You didn't do anything. You just pressurized the condition. If everything is good, you will stagnate. You will stay in your work. You will stay in your village. You will stay in your condition. What they call it? What they call this condition?
Boring.
Yeah, in a way, you are satisfied with the condition, so you do not need to do anything more. But if the condition changed, inside or outside, schizophrenic condition, it will change your behavior. Outside condition, it will change your behavior. What is that change of behavior? That means release more energy. Or you consume more energy, more food to change it to motion. And I think if you take this just simple understanding and you put it to your magra, but you need to consider just if you want to go from one place to one place, you need the whole body of yours, emotion and physicality, and the aim, like think good and speak good and talk good. It's the same thing. If your matter state going with the flow, if your nano state going with the flow is, and if your gases going with the flow, what you wanted to achieve, you will achieve it 100%. But if your matter state going zigzag, one here and one there, and your nano coating is the same thing, going in the whole directions, and your ganses, which is put the pressure to release or to pull, how you expect for your device to work? You know, like what Mr. K is saying, if you have a road and there is a flow here of cars and there is a other flow of cars here, what will happen? Where is the flow? This one will go back and this one will go back in this way. But if all the roads going the same direction, you see, I told you I will be kicked out.
I love your explanation, Jalal, and especially this point about the gradient. The more wounds you have, the more energy that they are spreading out amongst
Yeah,
the wounds.
but don't kill it.
No, exactly.
Yeah, you need to make it repair itself. Okay, you increase it, but don't kill it. That he lost
But
all the energy.
let's say here you have 5 wounds. If you heal one of them, then the other 4 will have that same energy, but only share amongst the 4.
Exactly. Mr. Cash, sometimes he's saying, you know, like you have a tire and you have a small hole in your tire. When it comes to this point or any point, he release the air from it.
That's why I said energy loss rather than gain. When you have a cut or a wound, to me, that's an energy loss. You're leaking energy out of the structure. Perhaps Freed would like to add to this knowledge. Jalal, please continue. But I think Freed would like to come in and say something.
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you, Jalal, for pointing about the loss of energy. I and either Mark or Alex earlier draw some attention to the world situation. I think exactly the same point is possible with the world situation. We had the question or the pondering about how we could help or heal the situation at this moment with weak points. Isn't that the answer to that? That these weak points, by bringing our energy via the peace dome to these weak points, that we can heal it, because the points only show that something needs healing, and we can have all kinds of arguments why it's so bad that it doesn't deserve healing, but still there is a weak point. So maybe that is the answer to what the peace dome does. It's going to the weakest points at this moment, and then the collective healing will take place. And we all can contribute to that.
Fried, there's one word, if you could change, and that's the word maybe,
Yeah. of
because
course.
everything that you said is 100% correct.
Yes, so the peace dome is such an unprecedented opportunity to go to the next step of evolution. We are in this together.
You are
How
alone,
long do we
Fred.
want?
You are alone. I am not with you.
How long do we want to postpone paradise? I once wrote, why postpone paradise?
If I may add something here, there was a question that I had a long time ago with respect to the fact that is this peace dome outside of the magnetosphere or inside the magnetosphere? So now I'm having enough evidence to suggest, without a doubt, that the peace dome is inside the shall we say the satellite dome, the area that the satellites can travel without motors. So that this peace dome is just under that. The significance of that is that then the peace dome is part of the Earth space. So then it becomes an overlapping field, you see. And so if that's part of the Earth space and it's a non-tangible, non-visible, then it must be part of the inner space. So it is from there that, you know, I began looking for outer space, and I still can't find it. But what I have found is where the peace dome is. And our connection to the peace dome is the same as the connection to the satellites that go around. It's just that the energy transfers on a different level. Over to you, Mark. And then thanks, Jalal and Frida. Really appreciate your insights.
Yes, would anyone else like to add anything? Or Fried or Jalal, you feel free to continue. Welcome, Gianni. Thank you for joining us.
The last workshop of Mr. Cash, 1 hour 46 minutes. He explained the understanding of plasma. In a way, you know, really you will laugh. I hope a lot of you noticed what Mr. Cash explained. It was reply a question. And he said, oh, you knowledge seekers, you make it so complicated for what? To show that you know more? It is very simple. And if you have time, Mark, you can bring it. It's really beautiful words from Mr. Cash. You have a field. This field, it can be a magnet to attract another higher field. And this is what we do in the CO2 box. But when you bring it, what do you want to do with it? Like, you know, the same thing when you make a child, just making a child and finished, or what? emotion and physicality interact, create a magra positioning to create a field. You call it a soul of physicality. Then the body start, the fetus. You call it the physicality. Then grow up. The same thing with the CO2 box until you achieve the amino acid. You know, the whole container, collective, everything inside it, make a gravitational field to bring this amino acid from the atmosphere. That means from the outside this container. This container, the womb of the mother. It bring this soul of the man to be inside because you made your magnets for this soul to be. Now, what you want to achieve? Interaction of soul of physicality and the soul of the man. What is the soul of physicality and the soul of the man in your box? How you create it? Okay, you say this is a matter state. Okay, go one step higher. Leave the matter state. Don't use a matter state, either zinc or copper or whatever. Use nano and gases. It's one higher step if you don't want to work with the matter state. But it's no different. It's the same creation. Lower, okay, lower, so what? But it will do something.
Tugai, I muted your mic. Is there something you wanted to add here? I noticed it was open.
Hello.
Yes.
My point is
Did we just lose your voice? We're not hearing you.
all ecosystem because need.
Can you start again, please? We missed everything you said. Please start again.
She said,
Okay.
hello, is it me? You looking for?
You.
Now we hear you.
Okay. Now?
Yes.
Okay. The peace dome is my point. Intend change all ecosystem, change environment because all beings need change because need change like Olma graph and equilibrium because need take a different environment in different levels, the field levels for unify with the universal community. And all the time when you change you around that, you put the equilibrium. When you spray all time, or it's like I compare like a dome establishing for Thomas and Dominican. Tom is the same, establishing the equilibrium and change the condition for environmental and for that reason change the ecosystem for in complete equilibrium because need increased by level of the souls.
Lisbeth.
Because, yeah.
Would you like me to help you?
Ya, sí, porque
Okay,
creo que
por
no me
favor.
están entendiendo. Me como las conexiones.
Sí, ok.
Okay. Thank you, Alenka. Yo pienso que el domo de paz
Elizabeth thinks about the peace dome. She's talking about the peace dome. Okay.
pretende, y es lo que necesitamos hacer, es cambiar el equilibrio del medio ambiente.
What we want to achieve is to change the balance in the environment.
¿Ya?
Okay.
Del medio ambiente de todos los seres y el ecosistema.
Of all the souls.
¿Ya? Y el ecosistema, porque vamos a subir el nivel de todas las almas.
And also the ecosystem, because we want to elevate the souls of all the souls.
Para poder parecernos más a la comunidad universal y poder conectarnos con ella.
To be able to interact with the universal communities.
Porque si unificamos y elevamos el rango de todas las almas, podemos estar más, digamos, más a la par con la comunidad universal y podemos ser parte de ella.
Because through the elevation of the souls, we can become closer to their dimension.
Maybe estoy equivocada, pero pienso que es lo que estamos haciendo con el Dome of Peace, por todas las criaturas.
Sí, ¿es un comentario el que haces o hay alguna pregunta?
No, es un comentario.
Because that is what we want to achieve through the Peace Dome, to be able to interact with the universal community. So we have to elevate our souls to be able to do that. And that is Liz's comment.
Sí, si estoy equivocada, que por favor me aclare.
And if she's wrong, she would like to receive more information about that or to be corrected.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Alenka.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Lucy, for your comment. Anyone else would like to bring a thought, an idea, a comment? Jalal, did you say that was at 1 hour 46 minutes?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, let's see if we can go over to that spot.
So Mark, I just want to take a moment to thank everyone for allowing me to present today, and all the contributions from all the knowledge seekers today in physicality and in spirit. Thank you all for making this a wonderful meeting.
I think there's a lot of work going on in the background by Mr. Keshe. You know, I used to join some of the language, and I still do, but some of the language communities where I didn't speak the language. And I would just go through the participants list or the attendees list, or, you know, and I would just elevate every soul in there. Not that I knew what I was doing, really, but I would just say it's something I can contribute. And I think this is what Mr. Keshe is doing in the background. As he said, we're going to work on you in the knowledge seekers workshops as well. So I used to do a little bit of that, just thinking, well, I'm not really, even though the soul was understanding, I wasn't understanding. but I just go through the list and elevate everyone's soul that was in the list. I just thought it was something I could do or try to do. And I was happy to do it. Let's go here. Jalal, do you want to set this up for us a little bit? So we'll have an understanding.
Sorry,
more?
what is it?
Do you want to set this up a little bit? Do you want to go over what you understood from this question? You seem to indicate it was, well, it's all important, but
It's very simple. Just listen. It's
okay.
really very simple how
Very
Mr.
good.
Cash
The
explained.
work is going on the plasma level, let's say.
And don't think really as what you said just now. When you go to the panelist and the principal, and you don't think. Just let it flow.
It's a way, and next time we looked at it as the way the generation of the soul has no age limit.
Mark, you have to take the screen.
So if you think about the iron, cannot be there if it's not the energy field itself. Any other question?
Okay, this should be the one Jalal's referring to now.
Okay, I think you partially answered the second question from Jefferson, which is a bit involved here, but let me ask. He says, in physics, we have a phenomenon known as the Lorentz force, which is the result of the superposition of the electric force from an electric field with the magnetic force due to a magnetic field acting on electrically charged particles that move in space. Is there a relationship between the flux of magnetic and gravitational fields of plasma, the electric field of ionized atoms or molecules, such as, for example, these ions, and the Lorentz force? If so, we can say that a plasma field flux creates a force that causes the circular motion of dowsing instruments, such as pendulums, and that when this motion is clockwise, we are in a relatively more magnetic field than our body, and when it's counterclockwise, are we in a relatively more gravitational field than our body?
Now, put it this way, what happens if you mix a pink color water with a yellow color water, and then you throw some of the water in the air or throw some of them on the earth? You keep on playing with what I call words. Magnetic field, electric field, it's all the same, it's an energy pack. As knowledge seekers, you should become wise to it. Look at the field. There is a beautiful tape on the Iranian channel, and it's put in by a very old gentleman holding one of these like dowsing bars in front of him. And he says, you look, the bar moves as I decide. If I turn my eye a little, the bar moves a little to the right and a little to the left. If I look far to the right, the bar moves all the way far to the right, and I can control the speed of it. And he shows you, literally physically in front of you, he shows you. And it's very interesting, and he says how our emotion controls the physicality. I'll try to find it. It's a beautiful knowledge seekers responding to Dr. Asadi's question or discussion in the Iranian channel. And in a way, if the thoughts can dictate the radius of the what is called a dowsing thing by it, Why can't other things do? And every time you talk about electric current and plasma current and electric field force and a plasma field force, just consider all of them cannot be there. They're all fields of magnetic field with different strength. You decide to put different names on them. If they're two equal, you don't see anything. If any of them is stronger or weaker than one, you see an interaction, and interaction is a friction of the magnetic fields creates something. As simple as that. A child of 5 years old understand this can create what the professors with PhDs cannot understand. That's all. I don't understand why knowledge seekers make so complicated things to show they understand, and some of the knowledge seekers are becoming worse than the hypocrisy of the past professors and other people in the world of the present science. Understand you're dealing with fields and how they interact, which way they interact, how they rub dictates what you get. That's it. Doesn't matter what name you put in it, liver, kidney, magnetic fields, plasma fields. What? It's just fields with different strength. Find out, understand which one, which is strength, and that's it. Bob's your uncle, as we say in English. I'll be in England in a very short time. And we would like to meet with a lot of English knowledge seekers. We have.
But that's been the whole block, hasn't it been? The creation of magnetic fields, the motion of the fields, and the interaction of the fields. This is what he said the block has been for us. We don't quite understand it. So does this mean dowsing is not real? Because the person is controlling the rod or the physicality with his emotions. We had asked something like this somewhere else. But what does that mean? That because dowsers do find things that they're looking for, water and other things, otherwise they, are they just guessing? Are they interacting with that field? He's saying the physicality is following the emotions. The fellow looks to the left, the rod goes to the left. Moves his head, it goes more.
Who is controlling the pendulum?
The emotion.
Through what?
Of the man.
Through what? Through his hand.
Oh, I thought it was in the field level.
Yeah, through his hand. To the matter state of the robe, and it will douse here and there.
So is dowsing a real thing? Or is it when you're looking for copper or you're looking for water? Is this real, or are these frauds?
What?
May I come in?
Sorry?
Hello?
She said, could she come in?
Of course.
Yes. May I say something about it?
Go ahead, please.
I am Alenka.
And I am
I am a dowser. I know, Jalal.
Okay.
I am a dowser. And I know that you can control the pendulum with your consciously, but you can also let your subconscious mind control your muscles. So there are two ways of using the pendulum. Whether you want to control it with your mind and your consciousness, or whether you let it connect to your subconscious mind, which is connected to everything in the.
This is not the point. No. This is not the point.
Oh, no.
The point to understand the reality of what happened, what is happening, and then you can convert it to whatever you want.
Yeah, I often remember that fella from Russia, I think it was, who was talking about the priests. And they do in the Eastern Orthodox, and they do a certain procession with the candles. And the priest is holding the candles. And the fellow said to Mr. Keshe, all of a sudden the candles light up. Is this a trick? And Mr. Keshe says, no, it's not a trick. He's lighting them with his emotion. Even though he says it's the spirit of the Holy Spirit or something that's doing it. But he's using that as some sort of a trick, but he's actually physically setting the candles alight with his emotion.
Yes, that's possible.
We're doing things all the time, every second of our life, without noticing what's happening there and without knowing what's exactly happening. But once you know the exact thing, what is happening, when you have a very good chance to mimic everything with this, what Mr. Keshe give you, the plasma science. You can mimic everything, and then you understand why the cancer is here, why cancer is not here, why this is happening, why you have eye here, why you have the heart is here. You know, it's the same thing. And if you know, last time even I said, if you put a flow, a current of electricity, and you release a plasma field through the nano and the gases, you can go backward, because now we know if there is a gravitational, there is magnetical, and if there is magnetical, there is gravitational. If there is a push from one side, there is a pull from the other side. If there is a take from one side, there is a give in the other side. So that's all.
You know, yesterday, Jalal, I was trying to move the magnet with my hands. And I didn't seem to be able to move the magnet. What did Mr. Keshe hold in his hand? A piece of plastic, was it? Remember when he was moving the magnet back and forth? Right, right. So I had a couple of straws that I was holding in my hand, but I could not get the magnet to move.
But it's nano-coated.
What is nano-coated?
A piece of plastic.
A plastic.
It was nano-coated. No, not the piece of plastic. The
magnet?
The magnets. It was nano-coated with the plastic.
Now, is that similar to the pendulum and the emotion? No, that's something different.
It's the same system.
The same system.
But in different condition.
I'm talking about moving a magnet without touching it. Okay, that's what I was doing. Just with locking into that field some way.
You remember when Mr. Keshe taught about how you can penetrate a wall? He said, you are doing it every second. You are penetrating the matter state. You call it air all the time. Why? Because your strength is above this matter state. Now, when you go above this wall, this also a matter state, but you don't use it. You don't use this understanding to increase your level. Why? When you put yourself in a condition, or the condition put you in another condition, now you react. Fear, happiness, anger. Why you see there is increase in some ways the energies. But don't forget, when you do that and you interact with the environment, you lose minimum 50% of this energy to the environment. But if you trigger this without outside triggering, you keep this 50% with which you are interacting with more, and you have 50% in order of magnitude more.
Thank you, Jalal. Just to read one of the chats, Liliana says, hello, everyone. You are invited to the practical workshop in English and Spanish with Gianni. Finishing this North American workshop, he will be starting in this room, and she gave the number in the chat. So you're all invited if you have the time. I know in Europe it's just about midnight, but for those who are still awake and it's still 6 o'clock here, there's another workshop given by Gianni coming up. 519-321-9996, it looks like. Thank you, Gianni. Thank you, Jalal.
Thank you, Mark. Hi, everybody.
Hello, Gianni.
Okay, is there anything else we'd like to bring up? Again, Mr. Keshe is just so phenomenal that workshop after workshop, he's really taking it home, so to speak. And I know it takes some time. I don't know anyone who can encompass the entire workshop and remember everything, but perhaps the soul does, or will be doing better later, because these are just whole books of knowledge of the universe. It's just an amazing feat Mr. Keshe performs weekly, 451 in a row, plus he said the other teachings, it's way over 500, and the books and the papers and all the other things we're not privy to. Gianni, what are you going to be covering in this practical workshop? If anyone can help Gianni. Spanish or Romanian. Alenka, are you still with
Alenka,
us?
por favor.
Hello.
Hi, I also could translate for him. This is Anna. I'm sorry.
Gianni, te pregunta Mark si qué es lo que vas a cubrir en este taller.
He comprendido lo que ha dicho Mark, solo quería pedir ayuda para ayudarme.
Okay.
Hoy vamos. Ok, adelante.
And he says that he just wanted to be sure about what you're saying. Adelante, Gianni.
Hoy vamos a mostrar cómo se hace el nanocubrimiento del titanio.
We're going to show how we do the nano coating with titanium, the titanium.
Y también mostrar algunas bobinas toroidales hecho en el medio cáustico.
And we had previously shown how to nano coat some toroidal coils in with the caustic soda.
Si quieres, puedo abrir la cámara y mostrar algo.
I can show you with the camera if you let me.
Yeah, sure. There's no problem on my end.
Okay.
I just happen to have a small piece of titanium.
Ay, aquí tengo un pedazo de titanio.
Ok, entonces, a ver, el método se ve bien, o si no voy a cambiar.
Can you see well? Otherwise, I will be changing this.
I think I need to Do I need to highlight this for everyone?
Recording in progress.
Spotlight for everyone. Okay, let's see if that works.
Mark, voy a entrar con otra cámara.
No se escucha, Gianni.
Alenka, he dicho que voy a entrar con otra cámara.
Oh, he's going to change cameras.
Un minuto, por favor.
Gosh, I don't know.
Just a moment.
I'm just trying to. I have it spotlighted, but it's not coming up unless it's in back of one of the windows I'm looking at. I don't think so. Let's try that again. Pin to, I don't want to remove spotlight. Okay, now Alex, are you familiar with this at all?
Alex, ¿tú tienes alguna conocimiento de esto?
All right, I'm gonna. Gianni, are you able to share if I stop sharing the screen? Let's just
¿Tú
see.
puedes cambiar el dispositivo para
Now I just lost
la cámara?
Gianni. Let's see here. Where are you, Gianni? There you are.
Mark,
Yes.
en un momento voy a entrar con otra cámara y que se ve mucho mejor.
Mark, in just a moment, I'm going to enter with another camera and it will be a lot better.
Okay. Let's see what happens there. I stopped sharing, Gianni.
Ha dejado de compartir. Mark dejó de compartir.
En un momento.
Okay, no problem.
No
problemo.
No hay problema.
I think he's just getting set up, right? He's coming back in on another system. Okay.
Va a estar regresando con otra cámara.
Ok, ahora voy a abrir la cámara.
Okay, I will open now the camera.
Ok, a ver.
Oh, beautiful. We see it clearly.
Ahora sí lo vemos claramente. Eso.
Un momento.
Just a moment.
Ok, así es. Ahora vamos a ponerla en su sitio. Y aquí lo tenemos. Mucho mejor, ¿cierto?
Is it a lot better now?
Yes. Wait.
Sí.
Ok, pues aquí, como se ve, las bobinas toroidal,
As you
que
can see, toroidal coils.
y ya está preparada para continuar un reactor, pero esto lo vamos a hacer en el taller.
It is all ready to be used in the reactor, but we're going to do that in the workshop later.
Ahora vamos a hacer el titanio, mostrar el reactor del titanio.
Now we're going to show how we prepare the titanium.
Que ya sabéis el método 3 cajas.
I'm going to do it with the method of using the 3 boxes.
Aquí lo tengo.
I have it here.
Now, does Gianni want to wait and do this in the, I don't want to, it seems like he has it set up for this next program. We don't have to see it. We can join the next program.
Gianni, Mark dice que si es parte del programa, que podríamos hacerlo todos en el programa y unirse.
De acuerdo. De acuerdo, mucho mejor porque así no lo voy a hacer 2 veces.
Yeah, he agrees. He agrees with you, Mark.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Gianni. Yes, I'm going to join because I do have a piece of titanium, small piece, that I've been wondering about. So.
Él tiene un pedazo de titanio que puede usar.
Yeah, and is this for an electric? What sort of application is he using the nano coating for the titan in an electrical energy application or something else? I know Mr. Keshe mentioned using titanium GaNs last year, I think, or the year before, for some other issue we were going through.
Mark, quiere saber si tipo de método es el que vas a estar usando, porque no sabe si es con fuego o con soda cáustica.
Pues Mark, hecho de hace 4 años, utilizo el ganso de titanio y he hecho experimentos con los niños en unos concursos energía versus medio.
Ya desde hace since 4 years ago, Gianni has been working with the titanium and he has been using it with success in some children. And he is going to be using the caustic method, using 3 boxes which are nano-coated.
Y he hecho también nano cubierto el titanio con fuego. Y he tenido resultados buenos, pero mejores con el medio cáustico.
I have also used the heat method, the fire method with the titanium, but the best way that I have achieved the nano coating with the titanium is with the caustic method. And the one that he uses with 3 boxes.
Yes. También el titanio lo utilizamos en la técnica dentaria.
And we also use the titanium in the dental technique.
Y ahora que hemos nano cubierto es el titán, 2 tornillos de titanio que me regaló alguien que tenía en su cuerpo.
And en su cuerpo.
Sí. Tuve en el pie el titanio y se curó y lo quitaron.
Oh, he used the titanium guns to balance the titanium that this person had in the foot. And it was
no. Los tornillos los tengo de esa persona.
You have he has the screws from the person.
Yeah, those screws were given by this person to him, and that he's gonna nano coat those screws that were given to him.
Oh, I understand now. Gracias, John.
Pues lo utilizamos, como he dicho, para hacer baterías plasmáticas en la técnica dentaria y en algunos dispositivos para el medio.
So we use them in the dental technique and to do some devices around in the place.
Okay, well, maybe we should close this workshop and go into the next one if people have time. What time is it where Gianni is? Is it midnight?
¿Qué hora es, Gianni, donde tú estás?
Es la 1:05 de la noche.
It's 1:05.
Pero para mí no hay problema porque como estoy en dimensión de plasma, no necesito mucho
But
sueño.
for him, that's no problem because as he is in the dimension of the plasma, he doesn't need too much to sleep.
Beautiful.
It's 1 in
Okay.
the morning. Yeah. He's
Thank you,
about
Gianni.
250 meters away from Ukraine.
Right, he's in Moldova,
Wow.
I think.
¿Estás en Moldavia, Gianni?
No, no, ahora estoy en el centro de Rumanía.
No, he is in the midst of the center of Romania.
Okay.
Y hago estos talleres prácticos.
And I do these workshops practical with practicing.
Y en la próxima semana ya nos vamos en el norte de Rumanía, en la frontera con Ucrania.
And next week, we're going to Moldavia and the frontier with Ukraine.
Aquí vamos a trabajar con unos 800 hectáreas de tierra.
And there we are going to work with 800 hectares of land.
Y una parte de estos hectáreas están en la frontera con Ucrania y no hay nada de guerra ahí.
And one part of this land is in the frontier with Ukraine, and there is no war in there.
Trabajamos a 500 metros de Ucrania.
We work up at 500 meters from Ukraine.
Así que no siempre que se ve en la tele pasa en realidad.
So the truth is not always shown on the TV.
Yes, we know. We want to thank Gianni for sharing his knowledge with all of us, whether it's day or night. Thank you, Gianni.
Muchas gracias, Gianni, por compartir tu conocimiento con todos, ya sea de día o de noche.
Gracias, Mark, y quiero recordar que estamos aquí para servir, no para ser servidos.
Gianni,
I want to
¿puedo
remind
preguntar
you
algo?
that we are here to serve and not to be served.
Gianni, ¿has estado en el Monte Busegui?
Sí, claro que sí.
Have you been in the Busegi Mountain?
Sería interesante que después nos relates lo que viviste ahí.
Bueno,
It would be interesting if you could relate or share with us what you lived in there.
eso va a ser, John, en otro taller porque es muy largo, porque hay otra dimensión que hay que explicarlo con cuidado porque es
Muy fuerte.
pocas comprenden lo que pasa.
Muy fuerte, me imagino.
He's going to share it in another workshop, and it has to be with very much care because it was something very strong experience he had there.
Muchas gracias, Gianni.
Gracias a Mark y al señor Keshe para regalar esa tecnología.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, why don't we bring this to an end? And I'll share the screen. I'm going to play Marius's flight system. Again, it looks like a matter state flight. And we will just, let me just bring
For
it.
the ones who want to know about the workshop, it's right after this workshop finishes.
Okay, I don't know if I got that right. Let's see. I think, I think, let's see. I think Gianni has to stop sharing his camera.
Ahora,
Gianni, dejar de compartir.
ahora lo voy a hacer.
Thank you, Gianni, very much. Okay, we're going to share the screen. There it is. Okay, perfect. Okay, so the plasma technology is being taught around the clock. As we know, in certain areas of the world, it's bedtime, but others it's getting up. But with Gianni, he's always in the zone of the plasma, it appears. So thank you very much, Gianni, for, again, always being willing to share your extensive knowledge with all of us. Alex, I want to thank you and thank all the other knowledge seekers for being here today. Is there anything else anyone would like to say before we play Marius's 1-minute flight system, the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will come to an end? Okay. Thank you all again for attending and hope to see you in the next workshop. We also may see the video in the One Planet, One Nation, One Race on Tuesday that Mr. Keshe was saying is one of the most important videos produced by the foundation, I think. And we may see that on Tuesday. Thank you all again, and enjoy the rest of your day, evening, morning, or wherever you may be located.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.